Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The van died right as I was passing the old Packard plant ruins, that stretch of Concord Street, where even the cops don't bother patrolling anymore. I'd been making deliveries for Fresh Direct since my 31st birthday 3 months earlier. Needed something steady after the divorce papers got finalized. Detroit in August feels like breathing through a wet towel most nights, but when every streetlight went dead at exactly 9:47, the humidity somehow got worse. The whole city just stopped. No warning, no flicker, just instant black. I actually laughed at first, sitting there in my busted van, thinking it was just my luck to have the alternator crap out the same moment a transformer blew somewhere. But then I stuck my head out the window and saw it wasn't just my block. Every building, every traffic light, every neon sign, dead. The only light came from a few cars still running, their headlights cutting through the dark like searchlights in a prison yard. I tried calling dispatch, but my phone had no signal, not even emergency service. The radio in the van was dead static on every channel. After 20 minutes of trying to get the engine to turn over, I finally gave up and grabbed my backpack from behind the seat. Home was maybe 4 miles northwest, straight through Brush Park and past the old Tiger Stadium site. On a normal night, it would have been an annoying but doable walk. But standing there on that empty street with the Packard plant looming like some massive corpse behind me, I felt this weird pressure in my chest. The darkness wasn't just dark. It was thick, almost solid. Without the constant background hum of the city, every sound seemed amplified. My footsteps echoed off the abandoned buildings, each one bouncing back at me from different angles. That's when I heard it for the first time. An engine idling somewhere behind me, maybe 2 blocks back. No headlights, just the low rumble of a V8, patient and steady. I picked up my pace heading west on Hendry Street, telling myself it was just another driver lost in the blackout. But the engine followed, maintaining that same distance, never getting closer, but never falling behind. When I turned north onto Russell, the sound disappeared completely. For maybe 30 seconds, I thought I'd been paranoid over nothing. Then I saw it, a dark shape rolling through the intersection I'd just crossed, engine off, coasting silent. The car was using momentum to follow me without making noise. My mouth went dry as sand. Nobody does that unless they don't want you to know they're there. I started jogging, not quite running, but moving fast enough that my delivery uniform stuck to my back with sweat. The engine started up again, louder now, more aggressive. When I cut through an alley between 2 warehouses, the car actually accelerated, tires squealing as it took the corner hard to circle around the block. I came out the other end of the alley onto Saint Antoine and immediately ducked behind a dumpster. The smell hit me like a physical wall, rotting food mixed with something chemical, but I pressed myself against the brick wall and waited. The car rolled past slow, windows down, and for the first time I got a decent look at it in the dim moonlight. It was an old Crown Victoria, the kind cops used to drive before they switched to SUVs, painted that flat primer gray that seems to swallow light. The driver was just a shadow, but I could see him turning his head back and forth, scanning the empty sidewalks. Then he stopped right in front of the alley entrance, engine ticking as it cooled. He knew I was close. I could hear him breathing through the open window, these deep, deliberate breaths like he was trying to smell me out. My legs started cramping from crouching, but I didn't dare move. After what felt like hours but was probably 2 minutes, he revved the engine once, a warning or a promise, and continued down the street. The smart move would have been to stay hidden until dawn, but I needed to get home. My insulin was in the fridge and I'd already missed my evening dose. Without it, things would get bad fast. The shakes, the confusion, then worse. So I waited another 5 minutes before creeping out from behind the dumpster. The streets were tomb quiet except for distant car alarms that had been triggered when the power died. Their batteries slowly dying too, each alarm getting weaker and more distorted. I stuck to the shadows, moving from doorway to doorway like I'd seen in movies, feeling ridiculous but too scared to walk in the open. At Forest Avenue, I found an abandoned convenience store with its security gate half raised. The owner must have been closing when the blackout hit. I slipped inside, hoping to find a working phone or maybe just catch my breath. The store had been picked clean already. Shadows moved in the back, probably looters, but they scattered when they heard me. On the counter, someone had left a half-eaten sandwich and a warm beer. My stomach cramped from hunger, but I couldn't risk stopping to eat. Through the store's front window, I watched the street for any sign of the Crown Vic. Nothing for 10 minutes, then 15. I was about to leave when I noticed something that made my knees weak. Across the street, barely visible in the darkness, was another car. A beat-up Chrysler 300 with tinted windows. It had been there the whole time, just sitting, waiting. As I watched, the driver's door opened and someone stepped out. Even in the dark, I could tell it was a woman, tall and thin, wearing what looked like medical scrubs. She walked to the middle of the street and just stood there, head tilted up like she was listening for something. Then she raised her hand and made a circular motion in the air. Within seconds, I heard engines starting up all around the block. Not just one or two, at least 5 different vehicles, all coming to life at once. They'd been sitting dark this whole time, surrounding the store, waiting for her signal. The woman got back in her car and all the engines started moving, converging on the store from different directions. I bolted through the back exit into a loading dock area that stank of spoiled milk and diesel fuel. Behind the store was a chain-link fence topped with razor wire, but someone had cut a hole near the bottom months ago. I squeezed through, tearing my uniform shirt on the twisted metal, and found myself in the parking lot of an old body shop. Broken windshields crunched under my feet as I ran between the skeletal remains of stripped cars. Behind me, I heard car doors slamming and voices. Calm, organized voices giving directions like they were coordinating a search grid. These weren't random criminals taking advantage of the blackout. This was something else, something planned. I made it to Gratiot Avenue and had to make a choice. Take the main road where I could move faster, but be completely exposed, or stick to the side streets and risk getting cornered. That's when I saw it, the people mover track overhead, its rails disappearing into the darkness. The automated trains wouldn't be running without power, but the emergency walkways alongside the tracks would still be there. If I could get up there, no car could follow. The nearest station entrance was 3 blocks north at Cadillac Square. I ran flat out, no longer caring about noise, my work boots slapping against the pavement in a rhythm that seemed to echo forever in the dead city. Behind me, engines roared as the cars spread out, trying to cut off my escape routes. At Broadway, one of them, a black Escalade with a cracked windshield, came screaming around the corner, tires smoking. The driver tried to clip me, but I dove between 2 parked cars just as the SUV's mirror exploded against a parking meter. The impact spun the Escalade sideways, and it slammed into a storefront, glass cascading across the sidewalk like ice. But I could already hear another engine coming from the opposite direction. They were herding me, pushing me toward something. The Cadillac Square station loomed ahead, its entrance a black mouth in the side of the building. The electronic turnstiles were dead, frozen in the open position. I vaulted over them and took the stairs 3 at a time, my chest burning, legs starting to shake from the adrenaline and lack of insulin. The platform was pitch black except for the emergency exit signs running on battery backup, their green glow barely reaching past the yellow safety strip. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, cursing when I remembered the battery had died. The maintenance walkway was behind a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." The lock had been broken years ago, according to every Urban Explorer video I'd ever watched about Detroit. Sure enough, it swung open with a rusty shriek. The walkway was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, with a rusted railing on one side and nothing but a 20-foot drop to the street on the other. Old cables and pipes ran along the wall, covered in decades of pigeon droppings and diesel exhaust residue. I started moving carefully along the track, testing each step on the metal grating. Below, I could hear the cars circling the station like sharks, engines revving. They knew where I'd gone. Flashlight beams suddenly blazed up from the street, sweeping across the underside of the track. They were getting out of their cars, looking for a way up. About 100 yards down the track, I heard something that stopped me cold. Footsteps on the metal walkway behind me, moving fast and confident like whoever it was knew exactly where they were going in the dark. I tried to speed up, but the grating was slick with oil and bird droppings. My foot slipped and I went down hard on one knee, the impact rattling the whole section of walkway. The footsteps behind me stopped, then started again, faster now. Up ahead, I could make out the next station platform in the dim green glow of its exit signs. But as I got closer, I saw shadows moving on the platform, at least 3 people waiting for me. They'd sent someone ahead to cut me off. The walkway curved around a support pillar, and for a moment I was hidden from both the platform and whoever was behind me. That's when I noticed it. A maintenance ladder bolted to the pillar, leading down to what looked like an old utility tunnel entrance. The rungs were thick with rust and bird mess, but it was either that or get trapped between 2 groups. I swung myself over the railing and started climbing down, trying not to think about the last time these bolts had been inspected. The ladder ended at a concrete ledge barely wide enough to stand on. The utility tunnel entrance was sealed with a steel grate, but the bottom corner had been pried open, probably by copper thieves. I squeezed through into absolute darkness that smelled like stagnant water and dead rats. Using the wall to guide myself, I moved deeper into the tunnel, my breathing loud in the confined space. After about 50 feet, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber, some kind of old switching station from when the people mover was built. Weak light filtered through ventilation grates in the ceiling, just enough to see the shapes of old electrical panels and rusted equipment. I heard voices echoing down the tunnel behind me, then the scrape of someone forcing themselves through the grate. But there was another sound too, water running somewhere close by. Following the sound, I found a drainage pipe, maybe 4 feet in diameter with a steady stream of water flowing through it. The pipe led toward what I hoped was the river. It would be nasty, probably full of sewage overflow, but it might get me out of this trap. I was about to climb in when my vision started to blur. The lack of insulin was catching up fast. My hands were trembling now, not from fear but from my blood sugar crashing. The drainage pipe was my only option. I dropped into the lukewarm water that came up to my knees, gagging at the smell of sewage and chemicals. Moving bent over in the pipe made my back scream, but I pushed forward, one hand on the slimy wall for balance. Behind me, I heard splashing. They'd found the pipe and were following. The water got deeper as the pipe angled down, rising to my waist, then my chest. Just when I thought I'd have to turn back or drown, I saw light ahead, real light, not the green glow of exit signs. The pipe opened onto a concrete canal that I recognized as the DeQuindra Cut, the old rail line converted to a greenway. I pulled myself out, soaked and reeking, my whole body shaking now from the blood sugar crash. I needed to get home, get insulin, or I'd pass out soon. But standing at the edge of the canal, flashlights cutting through the darkness behind them, were 2 more of them. A heavy-set man in a security guard uniform and a younger guy wearing a FedEx shirt. They'd been waiting here the whole time, knowing exactly where the pipe led. The security guard spoke into a radio. "We got him at the cut. Bring the van." That's when I understood. They weren't trying to catch me. They were wearing me down, exhausting me, waiting for me to collapse on my own. The FedEx guy started walking toward me, hands up like he was trying to calm a spooked animal. "Just relax, man. You're gonna pass out in about 5 minutes anyway. We've been watching you for weeks. We know about your condition, your insulin schedule, everything. Should have taken your evening dose at 8, right? It's almost midnight now." My legs gave out and I dropped to my knees on the concrete. Through my blurred vision, I saw the woman in scrubs walking down the embankment carrying a medical bag. She knelt beside me and I felt the sharp prick of a needle in my arm. Not insulin. Something that made my muscles go slack immediately. As she worked, she spoke in this conversational tone like we were old friends. "You delivered to the wrong house 3 weeks ago. Remember that package for Riverside Drive? The one you left at the blue house instead of the gray one? Our client was very unhappy about that delay. The package contained something time-sensitive, something that degraded because of your mistake. She pulled out another syringe, this one filled with clear liquid. This is insulin. We're not monsters. But our client wants you to understand that mistakes have consequences, that someone is always watching, always keeping track. I woke up in my apartment 2 days later, according to my phone. My insulin kit was sitting on the kitchen counter with a note. Next time, double-check the address. The power was back on, the city humming with its usual noise. I called the police, but what was I going to tell them? That a group of people in regular clothes hunted me through the city during a blackout because of a misdelivered package? They found no evidence. The cars, the people, even the woman in scrubs were ghosts. Fresh Direct said I never showed up for my shift that night, that I'd called in sick. The security footage from every camera along my route showed nothing but darkness from the blackout. I quit the job that day, moved in with my sister in Grand Rapids the next week. Sometimes I Google that address on Riverside Drive, trying to figure out what could have been in that package, what could have been worth all that. But mostly I just try not to think about how many other delivery drivers are out there, making innocent mistakes, not knowing that someone is keeping score, not knowing that the next blackout might be for them. The heat in Arlington that July was suffocating, the kind that makes your clothes stick to your skin the second you step outside. I'd just gotten home from my shift at the hospital, 12 hours in the ER dealing with heat stroke cases and dehydration. All I wanted was a cold shower and to collapse in front of the AC with leftover Chinese takeout. My daughter Kayla was spending the week with her dad in Houston, so I had the whole house to myself for once. The divorce papers had my birth year right there in black and white, 1987, and somehow seeing it made everything feel more final. I remember thinking how quiet the neighborhood was that evening, everyone probably hiding inside from the heat. Our street, Willow Creek Drive, usually had kids playing until dark, but that day even they'd given up. I kicked off my scrubs in the laundry room and was heading upstairs when everything went dark. At first I thought maybe I'd blown a fuse running too many things at once. The AC was cranked, I had the washing machine going, the TV was still on. But when I looked out the window, the entire street was pitch black. Not a single porch light, no glow from anyone's windows, nothing. The power outages had been happening more frequently that summer with everyone maxing out the grid, but this was the first time it hit our neighborhood. I fumbled for my phone, grateful for the small bit of light from the screen. It was only 7:30, still technically daylight, but the house felt cave dark with all the blinds closed against the heat. I texted my friend Melissa, who lived 2 streets over, to see if her power was out too, but the message wouldn't send, no signal. That should have been my first real warning, but I just figured the cell towers were overloaded with everyone trying to report the outage. I made my way to the kitchen, using my phone flashlight to find the drawer where I kept candles and matches, thinking this would just be a minor inconvenience. I was lighting the 3rd candle when I heard it. 3 sharp knocks at the front door. Not the friendly rat-a-tat-tat my neighbors usually did, but 3 deliberate, spaced-out pounds that seemed to echo through the silent house. I nearly dropped the match. Who would be going door to door in this heat, especially with the power out? I waited, holding my breath, the match burning down toward my fingers until I had to blow it out. Then came the voice, muffled through the door but clearly male. "Power company, ma'am. Need to check your meter, make sure there's no damage to the lines." His accent was hard to place, not quite local, but trying to sound like it. The way he said ma'am dragged out too long, like he was tasting the word. I set the matches down quietly and crept toward the front door, avoiding the squeaky floorboard near the stairs that Kayla always stepped on when she snuck down for midnight snacks. Through the peephole, I could barely make out a figure in the dying daylight, tall, wearing what looked like a uniform, but no utility truck in the driveway. Just a beat-up sedan parked across the street that I'd never seen before. He knocked again, harder this time, and I watched his head turn slowly, scanning the windows like he was trying to see inside. "I know you're in there," he called out, and my chest tightened. "Saw you come home earlier. Just need 5 minutes to check the meter box. Make sure your breaker didn't cause the outage." That's when it hit me. How could the power company already know about an outage that happened maybe 10 minutes ago? How could they have sent someone this fast? And meters are outside anyway. He didn't need me to open the door for that. I backed away from the door, my bare feet silent on the hardwood, when I heard something that made every muscle in my body go rigid. From the kitchen, coming from the back of the house, there was the softest click, the sound my back door made when the handle turned. My mind went into overdrive, processing what this meant. The back door had been locked. I always locked it, especially since the divorce, especially when Kayla wasn't home. But there it was, that distinctive click of the latch releasing. Then silence. Whoever was back there was being careful, moving slow. The man at the front door knocked again, louder, more aggressive. "Ma'am, this is urgent. We've had reports of electrical fires in the neighborhood. I need to ensure your safety." His voice had changed, lost its fake friendly tone. Now it sounded irritated, impatient. I could hear him trying the door handle, rattling it. Thank God I'd locked it out of habit. My phone showed 15% battery. I'd forgotten to charge it at work. No signal, no way to call 911. The candles I'd lit in the kitchen were casting dancing shadows on the walls, and I realized they were basically advertising exactly where I was in the house. The smart thing would have been to blow out the candles, but that would mean going back toward the kitchen, toward whoever had just come through my back door. Instead, I moved toward the stairs, placing each foot with the careful precision I'd learned from years of checking on Kayla without waking her. The third step creaked. It always did. But I shifted my weight to the edge where the wood met the wall. From downstairs, I heard the back door close with a gentle thud, so quiet I might have missed it if I hadn't been straining to hear every sound. Then footsteps, slow and measured, moving through my kitchen. Not the heavy boots you'd expect from a utility worker, but something softer, like sneakers. The man outside had gone quiet. No more knocking, no more talking. That terrified me more than the yelling had. It meant they were coordinating, probably communicating somehow. I reached the top of the stairs and had to make a choice. My bedroom with its lock that Kayla had broken last month wrestling with her cousin, or the bathroom with its tiny window that faced the neighbor's house. I chose the bathroom, slipping inside and turning the lock as quietly as possible. The window was one of those frosted glass types, maybe 18 inches square, meant for ventilation, not escape. But the Jeffersons' house was right there, maybe 15 feet away. If I could get their attention somehow. I tried to slide the window open, but it stuck, painted shut from the previous owner years ago. My fingernails bent backward as I tried to force it, the pain sharp enough to make me bite down on my lip to keep from crying out. Downstairs, I could hear drawers being opened in the kitchen, the metallic slide of silverware being moved around. They were searching for something, or maybe just making noise to scare me, to let me know they were there. Then I heard the stairs creak, that third step, the one I'd just carefully avoided. But whoever was coming up didn't know the trick, didn't know to step on the edge. The sound was loud in the quiet house, and it was followed by a pause, like they were listening for my reaction. I grabbed the toilet tank lid, the porcelain heavy and solid in my hands. It was the only weapon I could think of. My phone screen had gone dark to save battery, and I didn't dare turn it back on. The light might show under the door. Another step creaked, then another. Slow, methodical, taking their time. They knew I was trapped up here. Then, from right outside the bathroom door, I heard breathing. Not heavy or labored, just calm, patient breathing, like someone standing perfectly still and listening. My own breath caught in my throat, and I pressed my back against the far wall, holding the tank lid across my chest like a shield. The doorknob turned slightly, testing. The lock held, but these interior doors weren't meant for security. Hollow core, the kind you could probably put your fist through if you really wanted. "Found her," a voice said, different from the one at the front door. This one was younger, almost excited, like this was some kind of game. "Second floor bathroom." He was talking to someone, maybe on a radio or phone, which meant their signals were working just fine. The handle stopped turning, and for a moment there was silence. Then I heard him walk away, his footsteps heading toward my bedroom. I could hear him opening drawers, throwing things around. Looking for valuables? Or just trying to make me think he'd moved on? Heavy footsteps came up the stairs now, the first man from the front door. "Jewelry's in the bedroom usually," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the thin walls. "Check the closet, top shelf. That's where they always hide the good stuff." They were talking like I wasn't even there, like I was already dealt with. My legs were shaking so bad I had to concentrate on keeping them locked so I wouldn't slide down the wall. Then the younger one laughed, and it was such a normal sound, like he was hanging out with friends, that it made everything worse. "Hey, there's kid stuff in here," he called out. "Toys and things. She got kids?" The first man's response made my entire body go numb. "Saw a girl leaving with some guy a few days ago. Figured she'd be alone for a while. They'd been watching my house. Watching me. Knew when Kayla left with her father, knew my schedule. This wasn't random, they'd picked me specifically, planned this." The bathroom felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. I could hear them tearing through my bedroom now, the sound of my jewelry box hitting the floor, change scattering from the dish on my nightstand. One of them was at my closet, hangers scraping against the rod as he pushed through my clothes. "Check if she's got a safe," the older voice said. Behind pictures in the closet floor, places like that. They were so casual, so practiced. How many houses had they done this to? Then the younger one said something that sent ice through my veins. "What do you want to do about her?" There was a pause, and I held my breath, pressing my ear against the door. "Let's get what we came for first," the older one replied. "She's not going anywhere. We cut the phone lines before the power went out, and I've got her car keys from the kitchen counter. Even if she runs to a neighbor, we'll be gone before anybody can do anything." That's when something inside me shifted. The fear was still there, but underneath it, something else sparked. Anger maybe, or just the refusal to be a victim in my own home. I thought about Kayla, about how I'd fought through a messy divorce, double shifts, and single motherhood. I wasn't going to cower in my bathroom waiting for whatever they decided to do with me. I remembered something my dad taught me when I was young. People expect you to be where they last saw you. They'd heard me in the bathroom, so that's where they assumed I'd stay. Moving as silently as I could, I set down the toilet lid and turned the bathtub faucet on just slightly, enough to make a gentle dripping sound. Then I unlocked the door with painful slowness, turning the mechanism one tiny click at a time. The hallway was dark, but I knew every inch of this house. I could hear them still ransacking my bedroom, arguing now about whether to check the attic. I slipped out and moved toward Kayla's room at the end of the hall, the carpet muffling my footsteps. Her window faced the big oak tree in our yard, the one she'd begged me to let her build a treehouse in. Kayla's room smelled like the strawberry body spray she'd started wearing, convinced it made her seem older. I navigated around her soccer bag and the pile of clothes she never put away, reaching her window. This one I knew would open. She snuck out through it last month to meet friends at the park, not knowing I'd heard everything. The window slid up almost silently, and the evening air hit me like a wall of heat. The tree branch was about 4 feet away, the one Kayla used to shimmy down. But she was 13 and fearless, probably 90 pounds soaking wet. I was pushing 40 and hadn't climbed a tree since middle school. Behind me, I heard footsteps in the hallway. "Hey, water's running in there," the younger voice said. "She trying to call for help or something?" Laughter from the older one. "What's she gonna do, send a message in a bottle?" But I could hear them moving toward the bathroom. In seconds, they'd realize I wasn't there. I didn't think anymore, just climbed out onto the window ledge, my bare feet finding purchase on the wooden siding, and jumped for the branch. My hands hit bark, and I grabbed on with everything I had, my legs swinging wildly underneath me. The branch dipped with my weight but held. My palms were screaming, already torn up, but I managed to swing my leg over and pull myself up. Through the window, I heard the bathroom door slam open. "She's not here." The younger one sounded panicked now. "Check the other rooms, she's gotta be hiding." I didn't wait to hear more. I half climbed, half fell down that tree, branches catching my shirt, scratching my arms and face. 8 feet from the ground, I just let go and dropped, hitting the lawn hard enough to knock the wind out of me. But I was out. I was free. I ran barefoot across my yard toward the Jeffersons' house, not caring about the rocks and sticks stabbing into my feet. Their porch light was off too, but I pounded on their door anyway, screaming for help. Behind me, I could see flashlight beams in Kayla's window. They were looking for me, trying to figure out how I'd vanished. George Jefferson answered the door holding a baseball bat, his wife Nancy right behind him with their German shepherd Rex growling at her side. "Call 911, I gasped out. 2 men in my house, they cut the phone lines, they have my car keys. George pulled me inside while Nancy ran for their landline. Theirs still worked, thank God. Within minutes, we heard sirens. The 2 men must have heard them too because George saw them sprint out my back door and take off in that beat-up sedan. The cops caught them 3 blocks away, pulled over for running a stop sign. My grandmother's jewelry and my laptop still in their back seat. Turned out they were brothers from Oklahoma, who'd been hitting suburbs across Texas for months, studying routines, waiting for people to be alone. The older one had done time before for home invasion. The younger one was barely 19. They'd been using signal jammers to block cell towers in targeted areas, making it look like power outage complications. The police said I was lucky. Most of their victims had been too scared to move, just hid until they left. But they also told me something that still gives me nightmares. They found rope and zip ties in the trunk of their car. Whatever they'd been planning to do after robbing me, I don't want to know. Kayla came home the next day, and I held her so tight she complained she couldn't breathe. We stayed with the Jeffersons for a week while I had new locks installed, a security system put in, motion lights everywhere. Even now, 6 months later, I still check every window twice before bed, and I keep a phone charger in every room. But mostly, I'm just grateful I trusted that instinct that told me to run, to fight, to not be the victim they expected me to be. The 6 train always smelled like wet metal and disappointment after 11 at night, but I needed to get from the Bronx back to my studio in Chinatown after helping my brother move his stuff out of his ex-girlfriend's place. Jamie had just turned 41, 3 years older than me, and watching him load boxes into that U-Haul with tears streaming down his face made me want to punch something. The platform at Hunts Point Avenue Station was nearly empty when I got there around midnight. Just me, a nurse still in scrubs checking her phone, and 2 drunk guys in Yankees jerseys arguing about batting averages. When the train finally screeched to a stop, I grabbed a seat in the middle car and tried not to think about how my own relationship was heading the same direction as Jamie's. The car was surprisingly crowded for a Monday night. Maybe 30 people scattered across the orange plastic seats, most of them staring at their phones or sleeping against the windows. We were somewhere under the East River when everything went wrong, probably halfway between Manhattan and Brooklyn based on how long we'd been moving through that endless tunnel. The train lurched hard enough to throw a standing passenger into a pole. Then the lights flickered 3 times before dying completely, leaving us in the kind of darkness you forget exists in the city. The emergency lighting didn't kick in, which should have been my first real warning that this wasn't just another MTA breakdown. My ears popped from the sudden pressure change, and the silence that followed was so complete, I could hear my own heartbeat competing with the quiet breathing of strangers around me. People started murmuring, nervous laughs bubbling up here and there, everyone waiting for an announcement that never came. The conductor's booth stayed dark, no static from the speakers, no explanation, just the weight of all that earth and water pressing down above us while we sat trapped in a metal tube. After maybe 2 minutes of nothing, phones started lighting up like fireflies, their weak glow barely cutting through the black. A woman across from me was already dialing 911, but she kept pulling the phone away from her ear, shaking her head. No signal down here, obviously. The guy next to me, wearing a Knicks hoodie and reeking of bourbon, kept pressing the emergency call button above the door, the plastic clicking uselessly with each push. That's when someone at the far end of our car stood up and started walking toward the door that connected to the last car, their phone flashlight sweeping back and forth across the floor. I heard them try the handle, metal scraping against metal, and then their voice cut through the darkness high and thin like they were trying not to scream. "There's something on the window," they said, and every conversation in our car stopped at once. Jesus Christ, I think it's blood. The panic hit like a wave, people jumping up from their seats, more flashlights snapping on, everyone trying to see what this person was talking about. I stayed put, gripping the cold metal bar beside my seat hard enough to hurt, while a cluster of passengers pushed toward the back to look. Their lights converged on the small window in the door between cars, and I could see their shadows shifting, hear their voices rising. A heavy-set man in a security guard uniform pushed through them and pressed his face close to the glass, shining his light through to the other side. He stumbled backward so fast he knocked 2 people over, and the way his face looked in the phone lights, eyes wide, mouth working without making sounds, made my chest tighten. "The last car," he finally managed to say, his voice cracking like a teenager's. "There's nobody in the last car, but there's blood everywhere. On the seats, the floor, the windows, like someone painted with it." Before anyone could process what that meant, we heard it. Footsteps outside the train, in the tunnel itself, slow and deliberate on the gravel between the tracks. They were coming from behind us, from the direction of the bloody car, getting closer with each step. The nurse I'd seen on the platform pressed herself against the opposite door, her scrubs rustling as she fumbled with her phone, trying again for a signal that wouldn't come. The footsteps stopped right outside our car, and for 10 seconds that felt like hours. We all held our breath, waiting. Then came the knocking, 3 measured taps on the window closest to me, so controlled and patient it made my teeth hurt. I turned my head slowly, my neck muscles fighting me the whole way, and saw a hand pressed against the glass from outside, leaving dark streaks that could only be one thing. The hand was wearing a latex glove, the medical kind, stretched tight and stained crimson up to the wrist. The knocking moved down the length of our car, 3 taps at each window, that gloved hand leaving bloody prints on every surface it touched. A woman near the middle doors started sobbing, pressing her palms over her ears, while her boyfriend wrapped his arms around her and stared at the ceiling like he was praying. When the knocking reached the door between our car and the bloody one, it stopped, and we heard metal scraping against metal like someone was trying to pry open the door from outside. The security guard pulled out a box cutter from his belt, probably the most worthless weapon you could have right then, but at least it was something. He positioned himself between us and the door, legs spread wide like he was ready to tackle whatever came through. The scraping got louder, more insistent, and then we heard something that made everyone in that car start backing away toward the front. A voice from outside, muffled by the tunnel walls but clear enough to understand, singing "Ring Around the Rosie" in a child's melody. Except the words were all wrong. Something about trains and tunnels and things that wait in the dark. The drunk guys in Yankees jerseys tried to force open the doors on the opposite side of the train, throwing their shoulders against them, kicking at the rubber seals. But those doors were designed to stay locked between stations. One of them picked up a fire extinguisher from under a seat and started hammering at a window, the glass spiderwebbing but refusing to shatter, each hit echoing through the car like a gunshot. That's when the lights in the tunnel came on. Not the regular lights, but emergency work lights, harsh and yellow, mounted every 50 feet or so along the walls. What we saw made everyone stop moving, stop breathing, stop everything. There were people in the tunnel, maybe a dozen of them, all wearing those paper medical gowns you get at hospitals, the kind that tie in the back. They were standing perfectly still along both walls, facing our train, their faces covered with surgical masks pulled up over their eyes like blindfolds. Each one had their arms at their sides, palms facing forward, and their hospital gowns were soaked through with what looked like blood, dripping onto the tracks below them. A teenager with a skateboard started hyperventilating, dropping to his knees in the aisle, while an older woman pulled out a rosary and began whispering prayers in Spanish. The security guard backed away from the door, his hand with the box cutter shaking so bad he dropped it twice trying to fold it closed. Those people outside didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe, just stood there like mannequins while we watched them through the windows. Then, all at once, like they were following some signal we couldn't hear, they raised their right hands and pointed at our car, every single one of them, in perfect synchronization. The singing started again, but now it was coming from all of them. A chorus of voices echoing off the tunnel walls, getting louder and louder until it felt like the sound was inside my skull. The nurse suddenly screamed and pointed at the floor. There was liquid seeping in under the doors, dark and thick, pooling around our feet, and the smell hit us all at once. Copper and rot and something chemical underneath, like formaldehyde. People started climbing onto the seats trying to get away from the spreading liquid, but there was nowhere to go in that metal box. The man in the Knicks hoodie next to me grabbed my shoulder, his bourbon breath hot in my face, screaming that we needed to get to the front car, that we needed to move now. But when we looked toward the door leading forward, there were shadows moving on the other side of the window. More of those hospital gown figures pressed against the glass, their covered faces tilted at impossible angles like broken dolls. The train suddenly shuddered, a mechanical groan running through the whole structure, and the emergency brakes released with a hiss that sounded like the car itself was dying. We started rolling backward, slowly at first, then picking up speed, heading back the way we came but with no driver, no power, just gravity or something else pulling us deeper into the tunnel. The lights outside flashed by faster and faster, strobing through the windows, and in each flash I could see those figures in hospital gowns running alongside the train, keeping pace with us, their arms pumping mechanically, their heads never moving. The guy with the fire extinguisher lost it completely, screaming about how this was some kind of government experiment, how they were using the subway tunnels for medical testing, how we were all going to end up like whatever was in that last car. He swung the extinguisher at anyone who came near him, catching a young woman in a Columbia University sweatshirt across the shoulder, sending her sprawling into that awful liquid on the floor. The security guard tried to calm him down, but the guy turned and sprayed him full in the face with foam, white chemical clouds filling the car, making it even harder to see or breathe. Through the chaos, I heard the nurse shouting something about recognizing the smell, about formaldehyde and tissue preservation, about how she'd worked at Mount Sinai's morgue during her residency. And this was exactly what the basement storage area smelled like after a power failure in summer, when the cooling systems failed and everything started to decompose. The train kept accelerating backward, and someone near the rear door started pounding on it, screaming that they could see lights ahead, or behind us technically, like we were approaching a station. The train slammed to a stop so hard that everyone went flying. I hit the pole in front of me chest first, feeling ribs crack while bodies piled up against the rear door in a tangle of limbs and screams. The lights outside went out again, leaving us in complete darkness except for a few phone flashlights still working, their beams cutting through the chemical fog from the fire extinguisher. For maybe 30 seconds, there was no sound except groaning and crying, people trying to untangle themselves, checking for injuries. Then the doors opened, not just unlocked, but sliding wide open with their normal mechanical whir, even though the power was supposedly dead. Fresh air rushed in, mixing with the formaldehyde stench, and we could hear the echo of a massive space beyond the train. People started pushing toward the doors, desperate to get out, but the nurse grabbed anyone she could reach, shouting that we didn't know where we were, that this wasn't a normal station. She was right. When I finally made it to a door and looked out, we were in some kind of underground warehouse, concrete walls stretching up into darkness, industrial lights hanging from chains, and rows upon rows of metal tables covered with white sheets. The sheets weren't flat. They had shapes underneath them, human shapes, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, laid out like we'd rolled into some kind of mass morgue. The passengers who'd already left the train were standing frozen on the platform, staring at the tables, some of them backing slowly toward the train again. That's when the sheets started moving, not all at once but in waves, like something was waking up underneath them. The man in the Knicks hoodie whispered no over and over, grabbing my arm so tight I thought he'd cut off circulation. One by one, bodies sat up under those sheets, the fabric falling away to reveal people in various states of decay. Some fresh, some skeletal, all wearing hospital bracelets with dates from the past week. They turned their heads toward us in unison, empty eye sockets and clouded eyes all focusing on our train. And then they started climbing off the tables, their movements jerky and wrong, like marionettes being pulled by invisible strings. The security guard shoved everyone back into the train car, screaming at people to get inside, that we needed to close the doors, but the doors wouldn't respond to the emergency buttons, staying wide open while those things stumbled closer, their hospital gowns. The same gowns as the figures in the tunnel, trailing behind them like wings. Just when the first wave of bodies reached the platform edge, maybe 10 feet from our doors, the train's emergency system kicked in. A recorded announcement blared through speakers we thought were dead, telling us to remain calm, that transit police had been notified, that we'd be moving shortly. The doors snapped shut so fast they nearly caught the security guard's arm, and the train lurched forward, not backward this time, accelerating smooth and normal like nothing had happened. The lights flickered back on, bright fluorescent normal subway lighting, and suddenly we were just sitting in a regular train car again, covered in foam from the fire extinguisher, bruised and terrified but moving. Through the windows we could see normal tunnel walls flashing by, the familiar orange emergency lights every 100 feet. No sign of those figures in hospital gowns or that underground warehouse. We burst out of the tunnel into Canal Street Station 3 minutes later, the platform full of waiting passengers who stepped back when they saw us stumble out. 30 people covered in blood and chemicals, some crying, some still screaming, all of us looking like we'd crawled out of hell. The cops who showed up 20 minutes later didn't believe a word of it, of course. They found the blood in the last car, ran DNA tests that came back matching 7 different missing persons from the past month, all of them last seen in the subway system. But when they sent teams back into that tunnel with the MTA maintenance crews, they found nothing. No warehouse, no bodies, no evidence of anyone being in the tunnel at all except for some scuff marks on the walls. The official report blamed a combination of mechanical failure and mass hysteria, suggested the blood was from an unrelated incident that happened to coincide with the blackout. They closed that section of track for 3 weeks for maintenance, and when it reopened they'd installed new lighting, new emergency systems, new everything. I moved out of the city 2 months later, couldn't handle taking the subway anymore, couldn't stop thinking about those clouded eyes and jerky movements. But sometimes I check the news and every few months there's another story. A train stops unexpectedly in that same tunnel. Passengers report strange noises outside. Someone claims they saw figures in hospital gowns through the windows. The MTA always has an explanation, always mentions track work or signal problems, but I know what's really down there, waiting in the dark between stations, and I know it's only a matter of time before those doors open again at the wrong platform. My 4th espresso was burning its way down my throat in the break room at Cedars Medical Center when I checked my phone. 6:13 in the morning, February something. Couldn't even remember the exact date anymore. 18 hours into what should have been a 14-hour shift, and my body had stopped belonging to me months ago. First-year surgical intern meant you became property of whoever was coding, crashing, or bleeding out on any given table. Yesterday's blood still decorated my scrubs because finding time for laundry between rounds was like finding a unicorn in the parking garage. Dr. Harrison liked to say interns ran on pure caffeine and stubbornness, and after 6 months of this grinding routine, my reflection in the bathroom mirror was starting to prove him right. By 7 that Monday morning, the ER was already chaos incarnate, with Harrison commanding the floor like a general watching his troops fall one by one. Those harsh fluorescent lights turned everyone into walking corpses, which pretty much described those of us who hadn't seen our own beds in 48 hours. Angela Ramirez burst through the emergency doors around 9:30, her screams cutting through the usual morning pandemonium like a knife through tissue. Amniotic fluid had soaked through her yellow maternity dress, and she was sobbing that her husband Carlos was trapped somewhere on the 405, that the baby wasn't due for 3 more weeks, that something was wrong, really wrong. Dr. Harrison took one glance at the fetal monitor, and his jaw clenched in that way that meant we were about to lose someone if we didn't move fast. The baby's heart rate was plummeting, classic signs of cord strangulation, and we had maybe 5 minutes before brain damage became irreversible. Harrison's grip on my shoulder left marks through my scrubs as he shouted for OR3 to be prepped immediately, that we were cutting now, no time for anything fancy. Angela kept grabbing at my hands, begging me to save her baby, her voice growing fainter as we raced toward surgery, and all I could focus on was how her nail polish was this perfect coral pink, probably painted special for meeting her child. Inside OR3, everything moved with the precision of a Swiss watch. Nurses counting instruments, anesthesiologist calling out vitals, Harrison scrubbing in while rattling off orders faster than I could process them. Angela was fading in and out of consciousness as they positioned her on the table, her lips moving in what looked like a prayer, though no sound came out anymore. Harrison made the first incision at 9:43. I remember because I kept glancing at the wall clock, watching each second tick by like a countdown to disaster. Blood welled up immediately, more than normal, and Harrison muttered something about placental abruption that made my chest tighten with dread. We were halfway through the procedure, Harrison's hands working inside Angela's open abdomen to free the baby, when I felt it, a subtle shift in the floor beneath my feet, like standing on a boat deck. For a split second, nobody moved, everyone's eyes meeting across Angela's draped body, and then the whole world exploded into violent motion. Everything happened at once, surgical instruments clattering off trays, IV poles swaying like drunken dancers, and that horrible grinding sound of concrete fighting against itself somewhere deep in the building's bones. An earthquake, my brain registered dimly, even as my hands instinctively pressed down on Angela's abdomen to keep the incision stable. Harrison was shouting to maintain sterile field, to keep going, that we couldn't stop now with the baby half delivered. But the lights started flickering like a horror movie strobe effect. One of the nurses, Bethany I think, lost her balance and crashed into the instrument table, sending scalpels and forceps flying across the floor in a metallic rainfall. The building groaned and swayed, and I could hear car alarms going off in the parking structure, mixing with screams from other operating rooms down the hall. Then, with a sound like God flipping a switch, everything went completely, utterly black. For 3 heartbeats, nobody moved or breathed, the darkness so complete I couldn't see my own hands even though they were still buried in Angela's open belly. Then the emergency generator kicked in with a mechanical roar from somewhere below us, and those blessed red emergency lights bathed everything in a hellish glow that was better than nothing. Harrison's face looked demonic in that crimson light, his eyes wild as he screamed at me to retract, to hold steady while he pulled the baby free. Angela's blood was everywhere now, pooling on the floor where the earthquake had knocked over the suction equipment, and the baby, God, the baby was purple, the cord wrapped twice around its tiny neck like a noose. Another aftershock hit just as Harrison got his hands around the infant's shoulders, sending everyone stumbling again, and I had to physically throw myself across Angela's legs to keep her from sliding off the tilted table. That's when the generator started making a sound I'll never forget, a high-pitched whining like a dying animal, followed by 3 loud bangs that shook the whole floor. Complete darkness again, but this time it was different, final somehow. No mechanical roar promising salvation, no emergency lights flickering back to life, just the raw black of a tomb while Angela bled and bled beneath my trembling fingers. Someone's phone, turned out to be mine, had fallen from my pocket during the first quake and Bethany grabbed it, turning on the flashlight with shaking hands that made shadows dance like demons on the walls. In that narrow beam of white light, I could see Harrison hadn't stopped working, his hands moving by pure muscle memory and decades of experience, unwrapping the cord from the baby's neck while counting compressions under his breath. Angela's pulse was getting weaker under my palm, her blood pressure dropping so fast the manual monitor couldn't keep up, and we all knew what that meant. She was bleeding internally, probably from where the placenta had torn, and without power for the cauterizer or proper light to see what we were doing. We were just playing blind surgeon in a nightmare. The baby finally came free with a wet, horrible sound, limp and silent in Harrison's blood-slicked hands, and he thrust the tiny body at Bethany while turning back to Angela's hemorrhaging womb. Manual compressions on the uterus now. Harrison's voice cut through the darkness like a whip, and my hands moved before my brain could catch up, plunging into Angela's abdomen to find her uterus and squeeze, trying to stop the bleeding through sheer pressure. The phone's flashlight beam jumped wildly as Bethany tried to work on the baby one-handed, clearing airways, starting chest compressions with her thumb and index finger on that impossibly small chest. I could feel Angela's life pumping out between my fingers, warm and unstoppable, while Harrison packed gauze after gauze into the cavity, working by touch alone in the spaces where the light couldn't reach. Another aftershock rattled the building, weaker this time but still strong enough to send more equipment crashing, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the fire alarm going off, adding its shriek to the symphony of chaos. The anesthesiologist, Kevin, his name finally came to me, was manually bagging Angela, counting out loud to keep rhythm while tears streamed down his face in the phone's harsh light. Then, cutting through all that noise and terror, came the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, a tiny, angry wail from the baby in Bethany's arms. She'd gotten the infant breathing, and that cry meant brain function, meant hope, meant at least one of them might make it out of this darkness alive. But Angela was fading fast, her skin already taking on that waxy look that meant she'd lost too much blood, and Harrison was running out of options. "We need to get her to another OR somewhere with power," he said, but we all knew that was impossible. The hallways were pitch black, probably full of debris, and moving her would mean certain death. That's when I remembered something from my emergency training, something so basic it was almost stupid, but desperate times and all that. My car was in the parking structure, and I always kept jumper cables and a portable battery pack in the trunk. Not enough to power an OR, but maybe, just maybe, enough to run a single cauterizer for the 30 seconds we'd need to seal the worst bleeders. Harrison didn't hesitate, just nodded and kept packing while I explained my insane plan to Kevin, who was already pulling off his surgical gown to make the run with me. We left Bethany with the baby and Harrison keeping pressure on Angela's wounds, and we ran through those black corridors like our lives depended on it, which they didn't, but Angela's did. The emergency stairs were a death trap of fallen ceiling tiles and broken glass, and we had to feel our way down 9 flights in complete darkness, guided only by the backup light on Kevin's phone. The parking structure was worse, cars scattered at weird angles from the quake, some with alarms still blaring, others with windows shattered across the concrete. My little Ford was on level 3, thankfully still in one piece, and we tore open the trunk like maniacs, grabbing the battery pack, jumper cables, and anything else that looked useful. Kevin found a camping lantern I'd forgotten about, one of those LED things that could light up a whole room, and we grabbed that too before sprinting back through the maze of destruction. Getting back up took forever, or at least it felt that way, each second stretching like an hour while Angela bled out 9 floors above us. Kevin went ahead with the lantern, clearing a path through the debris, while I followed with the battery pack clutched against my chest like a newborn. We could hear people calling for help from behind locked doors, probably staff and patients trapped when the automatic locks engaged during the power failure. But we couldn't stop. Not now. When we finally burst back into OR3, the scene that greeted us was something from a war zone. Blood everywhere. Harrison working by the light of 3 phones now propped at different angles. Bethany doing her best to keep both the baby warm and assist Harrison simultaneously. Angela was still breathing, barely, but her blood pressure was almost non-existent, and Harrison's face told me everything I needed to know about her chances. We had maybe 2 minutes, probably less. Kevin and I rigged up the battery pack to the cauterizer in 45 seconds flat, our hands working on pure autopilot, while Harrison identified the 3 main bleeders by touch. The LED lantern lit up the OR like a stage, throwing our giant shadows on the walls as we worked, and for the first time since the power died, Harrison could actually see what he was doing. The cauterizer came to life with a buzz that sounded like angels singing, and Harrison went to work with the precision of a master craftsman, sealing off vessels while I maintained pressure and Kevin pushed unit after unit of O- into Angela's remaining IV line. Each sealed vessel meant less blood loss, meant her pressure starting to stabilize, meant hope creeping back into that room one careful burn at a time. Bethany had wrapped the baby in warming blankets from the crash cart, and its cries had gotten stronger, angrier, more insistent, the sound of life demanding attention. We worked in perfect synchronization, no words needed, just hands moving in a choreography born from training and desperation. By the time the battery pack died 17 minutes later, we'd done it. The major bleeding was controlled, Angela's vitals were stabilizing, and both mother and baby were alive. Real help arrived 20 minutes after that, firefighters with generators and emergency medical teams who'd finally cleared a path through the collapsed sections of the hospital. They evacuated Angela to UCLA Medical Center, which still had power, where she spent 3 weeks in the ICU but eventually walked out carrying her daughter. They named her Hope, which felt right considering everything. Harrison put me in for a commendation, said I'd shown the kind of thinking that makes great surgeons, but honestly, I just did what anyone would have done when lives were hanging in the balance. Sometimes I still dream about that darkness, about the warmth of Angela's blood between my fingers, about how close we came to losing them both. But then I remember that angry little cry cutting through the chaos, and I remind myself that sometimes, even in the absolute worst moments, human stubbornness and a camping lantern are enough to beat the odds. Sunday afternoon at Dauphine Street Clinic started like any other overtime shift, with me checking vitals and restocking supplies while rain tapped against the windows. I'd been a paramedic in New Orleans for 6 years by then, started right after my 26th birthday, and we'd seen our share of storms roll through. Our clinic occupied one of those old converted townhouses, 3 stories of peeling paint and creaky floors that somehow kept passing inspection year after year. We had 12 patients on the first floor that day, mostly elderly folks who couldn't make it to the bigger hospitals, and just me and 2 nurses. Donna, who'd been doing this since before I was born, and Jasmine, fresh from nursing school with that nervous energy newcomers always carry. Weather reports kept changing every hour, first saying the storm would veer east, then west, then suddenly admitting they had no clue where this monster was heading. By 3 in the afternoon, the street outside had turned into a river. I watched through the window as a shopping cart floated past, followed by someone's patio furniture, the white plastic chairs bobbing like boats. Water was climbing the steps to our entrance faster than I'd ever seen, brownish gray and carrying all kinds of debris. Donna kept checking on old Walter in bed 3, who needed oxygen constantly, while Jasmine helped me move supplies to the 2nd floor, just in case, we told ourselves. Each gust of wind made the building groan like it was in pain, and I could hear water starting to seep through the 100-year-old window frames. That's when dispatch called saying all units were being pulled back to higher ground. But when I looked outside at the current rushing past our door, I knew we'd missed our window to leave safely. Water started pushing under the front door around 4, spreading across the linoleum like spilled coffee in slow motion. I grabbed towels from the supply closet, but it was like trying to stop a river with tissue paper. Within minutes, the floor was covered in an inch of murky water that smelled like sewage and motor oil. Jasmine's voice cracked when she called out from the main ward. The water was coming through the back entrance too, pooling around the wheels of the beds. We had maybe 30 minutes before the first floor would be completely flooded, and half our patients couldn't even walk. There was Eleanor with her broken hip, Walter on his oxygen tank, and Mr. Briggs, who'd had a stroke last month and could barely move his left side. I remember standing there for a second, water soaking through my boots, calculating how many trips up the narrow staircase it would take to move everyone. Donna took charge like she always did in a crisis, her voice cutting through the sound of rushing water and howling wind. She assigned Jasmine to start disconnecting the mobile patients from their IVs, while she prepped the medical equipment we'd need upstairs. I started with Eleanor, sliding my arms under her frail body, while she whimpered about the cold water touching her legs. The staircase was barely wide enough for one person, let alone carrying someone, and the old wood was already slippery from the humidity. Each step creaked under our combined weight, and I had to stop twice to readjust my grip, Eleanor's fingers digging into my shoulder like bird claws. When I finally got her settled in a second-floor room and rushed back down, the water had risen another 3 inches. Through the window, I saw a car float by, its alarm still somehow blaring underwater, the red lights flashing beneath the surface like some kind of drowning emergency beacon. We managed to get 6 patients upstairs before the lights started flickering. Every time they dimmed, my chest tightened, knowing what would happen if we lost power completely. The elevator was already out of the question. Nobody trusted that ancient cage in good weather, let alone during a flood. Jasmine and I tried to move Walter next, but his oxygen tank weighed almost as much as he did. We had to carry him in his wheelchair to the stairs. Then I held him up while Jasmine lugged the tank, step by agonizing step. His breathing was getting shallower, whistling through the tubes, and halfway up, he grabbed my arm and gasped that he couldn't breathe. We had to stop right there on the landing, Jasmine fumbling with the oxygen flow while I held Walter upright, the water below us now reaching the 3rd step and climbing fast. I could hear things floating around down there, medical equipment, furniture, files, all churning in that dark soup that used to be our clinic floor. That's when the transformer outside exploded. The flash lit up the whole street for a second, bright white like lightning had struck right outside our window, and then everything went black. Not just regular dark, the kind of thick, heavy darkness that presses against your eyes and makes you wonder if they're even open. The sound of water suddenly seemed louder, closer, like it was right behind us in the stairwell. Jasmine let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream but close enough, and Walter's grip on my arm turned painful. I had my phone in my pocket, fumbled for it with one hand while holding Walter with the other, and when I finally got the flashlight on, the beam was pathetically weak against all that darkness. In that thin circle of light, I could see Jasmine's face pale and terrified, and Walter's eyes wide with panic. Below us, the water kept rising, and we still had 5 more patients down there, including Mr. Briggs, who couldn't move without help, and a woman named Ruth who'd just had surgery 3 days ago. We got Walter to the 2nd floor, but I could hear Donna yelling from below, her voice competing with the roar of water that was now pouring through the windows. I left Jasmine with Walter and practically fell down the stairs in the dark, using my phone's light to navigate. The 1st floor was a nightmare, water up to my thighs, cold and powerful enough to knock me sideways when I stepped off the last stair. Donna was waist-deep near Mr. Briggs' bed, trying to lift him while Ruth clung to her bed rails, crying. The water had this current to it, pulling everything toward the back of the building, and debris kept hitting my legs. Clipboards, medicine bottles, someone's shoe. I waded over to help Donna, and together we got Mr. Briggs sitting up, but he was dead weight on his left side. His good arm wrapped around my neck so tight I could barely breathe, and Donna and I had to coordinate every move to keep him above water. The smell was overwhelming, sewage and chemicals and something else, something rotten that made me want to gag. Getting him to the stairs was like moving through molasses while someone threw punches at your legs. Every piece of floating furniture became an obstacle, every step a gamble on whether the floor was still there, or if you were about to step into a hole. When we finally reached the staircase, I realized the horrible truth. We'd have to carry him up in complete darkness because I needed both hands to support his weight. I shoved my phone in my mouth, biting down on it to keep the light pointed forward, tasting the dirty water on the case. Donna went first, pulling Mr. Briggs' shoulders while I pushed from below, my back screaming with the effort. His body kept slipping, sliding back toward me, and twice I thought we were going to drop him. Behind us, I could hear Ruth still calling for help, her voice getting more desperate, and the sound of water climbing higher, swallowing more of our clinic with every passing second. After we got Mr. Briggs upstairs, I knew I had to go back for Ruth. But when I turned toward the stairs, Donna grabbed my arm with this grip that could have broken bone. Her face in the phone's light looked 20 years older than when the day started, and she was breathing hard, wheezing almost as bad as Walter had been. She told me the water was coming up too fast, that we needed to get everyone to the 3rd floor now because the 2nd floor wouldn't hold much longer. I could already hear it, water finding its way through the old building's bones, seeping through places we couldn't see. But Ruth was still down there, and I could hear her voice, weaker now, but still calling. I pulled away from Donna and headed back down, taking the stairs 3 at a time in the dark, my phone's battery icon showing red in the corner. The water hit my chest when I reached the bottom, cold enough to steal my breath, and the current was stronger, angrier, trying to sweep me toward the back of the building where I could hear windows breaking. Ruth was barely keeping her head above water when I found her, her arms wrapped around the bed's side rail, knuckles white even in the dim light. She'd had abdominal surgery, couldn't use her core muscles to pull herself up, and every wave that hit her face left her sputtering and gasping. I got behind her, hooked my arms under hers, and started pulling her toward the stairs, fighting the current with every step. Pieces of the ceiling were falling now, wet chunks of plaster that hit the water with heavy splashes. The building was coming apart around us, 100-year-old wood and plaster no match for the force of all that water. Ruth kept apologizing, saying she was sorry for being trouble, sorry for being heavy, and I wanted to tell her to save her breath, but I needed all of mine just to keep us moving. A filing cabinet floated past, spinning slowly like some kind of metal boat, and I had to push it away before it pinned us against the wall. My legs were going numb from the cold, and I couldn't tell if the floor was still there or if we were swimming. We made it to the stairs just as my phone died, plunging us into absolute darkness. Ruth was crying harder now, her breath coming in these short, panicked gasps that scared me more than the water. I had to feel for each step with my foot, pulling her up while she tried to help with her one good leg. The water was following us up. I could hear it splashing against the steps below, chasing us like something alive. Halfway up, Ruth went limp, not unconscious, just exhausted, unable to help anymore. I had to practically drag her the rest of the way, my arms burning, lungs screaming for air I couldn't seem to get enough of. When we finally reached the 2nd floor, Donna and Jasmine pulled us away from the stairs, and I collapsed on the wet floor, coughing up water I didn't remember swallowing. Through the window I could see the streetlights were underwater now, still somehow glowing beneath the surface like giant jellyfish, and debris spinning past in the current. Someone's front door, a bicycle, things that used to belong to people's normal lives before today. We spent the next 6 hours huddled on the 3rd floor, all 12 patients and us 3 workers crammed into 2 rooms while the building shook and creaked around us. The water stopped rising about a foot below the 3rd floor, but we could hear it sloshing beneath us, testing the old floorboards. Walter's oxygen tank ran out around midnight, and we had to take turns manually pumping air into his lungs with a bag valve mask until the Coast Guard helicopter finally found us at dawn. They had to break through the roof to get us out, lifting patients one by one in a basket while the building swayed beneath us. I was the last one up, and as the helicopter pulled away, I looked back at the clinic, our clinic, now just a broken shell sticking out of the brown water. 3 people died in other buildings on our street that night, but we didn't lose anyone. Not one. Sometimes I still dream about that darkness, about the weight of carrying people up those stairs while the water chased us. But mostly I remember Donna's iron grip when she grabbed my arm, and how Ruth stopped apologizing once we got her safe, and how all of us, broken and scared and soaking wet, somehow made it through the longest night of our lives. The power went out around 7 that evening, right when I was heating up leftover Chinese food from the place down on Vermont Avenue. Living alone for the first time at 31 wasn't exactly where I thought I'd be after the divorce. But the apartment on the 4th floor had become my sanctuary, my little corner where I could finally breathe again. The microwave beeped once, then everything just died. The hum of the refrigerator, the air conditioning unit struggling against the September heat, even the faint buzz from the fluorescent light in the hallway outside. The building manager, Frank, had warned us about rolling blackouts with all the heat waves hitting the city lately. Said the grid couldn't handle everyone blasting their AC units at the same time. I grabbed my phone to check the power company's website, but the signal was barely crawling, probably because everyone in the neighborhood was doing the exact same thing. I lit a few candles I'd bought from the dollar store, vanilla and cinnamon, a weird combination, but they were on sale, and settled onto my couch with a book, figuring I might as well make the best of it. The apartment felt different in the candlelight, shadows dancing in corners I'd never noticed before, making familiar furniture look strange and distorted. Around 9, maybe 9:30, I heard footsteps in the hallway, heavy ones, like someone wearing work boots or something similar. Nothing unusual there. People came and went at all hours in this building, mostly young professionals and a few older couples who'd been here since the 90s. But then the footsteps stopped right outside my door, and I waited for the sound of keys jingling, a door opening, but nothing came. After maybe a minute, they continued up the stairs to the 5th floor, each step echoing in the silent building. The unit directly above mine, 5B, had been empty for 3 months after old Mr. Garrett moved to Phoenix to live with his daughter. That's when I heard it, a door closing upstairs followed by more footsteps. But these were different, softer, like someone trying not to make noise. The ceiling in my living room creaked in that specific way it does when someone walks across the floor above, a sound I'd gotten used to when Mr. Garrett lived there with his ancient cat Patches. My first thought was maybe Frank was showing the apartment to someone, even though 9 at night seemed like a strange time for that. But then again, people in this city worked weird hours. I went back to my book, some thriller I'd grabbed from the library about a woman who finds out her neighbor is a serial killer. Probably not the best choice for a blackout, but I was already halfway through. The footsteps continued for maybe 10 minutes, pacing back and forth, and then came this rhythmic tapping, like someone dropping marbles one by one onto the hardwood floor. The sound was oddly specific: 5 taps, pause, 3 taps, pause, then 5 again, repeating over and over until I couldn't concentrate on reading anymore. I grabbed my phone to text Frank about someone being in 5B, but my battery was at 12% and still no signal. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by complete silence that somehow felt heavier than before. I stood there in my living room, holding my phone like it might suddenly spring to life with answers, when I heard what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor upstairs. Not the casual rearranging kind of sound, but slow, deliberate scraping that made my teeth hurt. The candles flickered, probably from me walking past them too quickly, but in that moment it felt like the whole apartment was holding its breath. Then came the knock, not from upstairs but from my front door. 3 solid raps that made me jump hard enough to knock over my glass of water on the coffee table. I crept toward the door, avoiding the squeaky floorboard near the kitchen, and looked through the peephole, but the hallway was pitch black. Not even the emergency exit sign was working. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out thin and shaky. No response. I pressed my ear against the door, listening for breathing, movement, anything. But there was nothing except the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. My neighbor across the hall, Mrs. Gonzalez, usually kept her TV on until midnight, but tonight there was no muffled sound of game shows or telenovelas bleeding through the walls. The whole building felt abandoned, like everyone had evacuated except me. I backed away from the door, grabbed the biggest knife from my kitchen drawer, the one I'd bought for cutting watermelons but never actually used, and sat on my couch facing the entrance. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and I started to think maybe I'd imagined it, or it was just someone at the wrong apartment, confused in the darkness. That's when my phone finally gave up, the screen going black just as I was trying to dial 911, leaving me with no way to call for help. The footsteps upstairs started again, but now they were moving in circles, around and around, like someone was looking for something they'd dropped. I could track their path by the creaking living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, then back to the living room over and over in the same pattern. My candles were burning low, maybe an hour of light left if I was lucky, and I started calculating how long until sunrise, trying to remember if it was closer to 6 or 6:30 this time of year. Then I heard something that made every muscle in my body tense up. The sound of my doorknob turning, slowly, testing to see if it was locked. Thank God I'd gotten into the habit of deadbolting it after that creepy delivery guy incident last month. The knob turned back and forth a few more times, more aggressive now, and then stopped. I held that knife so tight my knuckles ached, staring at the door, waiting. The footsteps upstairs had stopped too, and for a moment everything was completely still, like the building itself was waiting to see what would happen next. A new sound broke the silence, faint knocking coming from above, not like someone at a door, but like knuckles against the floor, right above where I was sitting. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause, directly over my head as if someone was lying on the floor up there, tapping down at me. I moved to the kitchen, and after a few seconds, the knocking followed, staying right above me. When I stepped into my bedroom, it followed there too, tracking my movements perfectly through the ceiling. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Maybe someone had broken into 5B. Maybe they were on drugs or having some kind of episode. But how could they know exactly where I was in the dark? The knocking grew louder, more insistent, and then it hit me like ice water in my veins. Whoever was up there had been in my apartment before, knew the layout, knew which floorboards lined up with which rooms below. The realization made me want to throw up, and I had to lean against the wall to steady myself. I decided to make a run for it, grab my keys and get out, sleep in my car if I had to. Anything was better than staying here. But as I rushed toward the hallway where I'd left my purse, I heard something that stopped me cold. Footsteps inside my apartment, in my bedroom, even though I was standing in the living room. Not possible, I thought. I would have heard someone come in, but there it was, the unmistakable sound of my closet door sliding open, the one that always stuck and made that specific grinding noise. My bedroom was only 15 feet away, but it might as well have been a mile. The footsteps moved around in there, unhurried, like someone familiar with the space, opening drawers, moving things around. I stood frozen in my living room, that knife still in my hand but feeling completely useless, as I heard my jewelry box open. The one that played that tiny melody when you lifted the lid, a gift from my grandmother that I'd kept even though I never wore jewelry anymore. The melody played out completely, all 20 seconds of it, and then I heard whistling. Someone in my bedroom was whistling along to the tune, getting every note perfect like they'd heard it 100 times before. My legs finally responded and I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt in the dark, my fingers slippery with sweat. Behind me, the footsteps left my bedroom, moving down the hallway toward me, not running but walking steadily, confidently. The deadbolt finally turned and I yanked the door open, ready to scream for help. But standing in my doorway was Frank, holding a flashlight that wasn't turned on, wearing his usual maintenance uniform, but with something wrong about his expression. Too calm, too pleased. "Going somewhere?" he asked, and his voice had this strange quality to it, like he was trying not to laugh. Behind me, the footsteps from my bedroom had stopped, and when I glanced back, there was nobody there, just my empty hallway and the dying candlelight flickering from the living room. "Frank, someone's in my apartment," I whispered, my voice barely working. He tilted his head, that weird, almost smile still on his face, and took a step forward, forcing me to step back into my apartment. "Nobody's here but us," he said, pulling something from his pocket. A key ring with way too many keys, jangling them slowly. "Checked all the units during the blackout, making sure everyone's safe. Found some interesting things in 5B though. Mr. Garrett left some furniture behind, had to move it around to check the windows." He stepped inside fully now, closing my door behind him with his foot. "Funny thing about these old buildings," he continued, walking past me into my living room like he owned the place. "The maintenance tunnels between floors. Most people don't even know they exist. perfect for checking pipes, electrical work, moving between units without using the hallways. My brain was screaming at me to run, but he was between me and the door now, still jangling those keys, and I realized one of them was labeled 4D, my apartment. "Been checking on you for months," Frank said, sitting down on my couch like we were old friends catching up. "You know, after your divorce, living alone, thought you might need someone looking after you. That ex-husband of yours, real piece of work, calling here asking about you. Wanting to know if you had any male visitors. Told him you were doing just fine on your own." He picked up my book from the coffee table, flipping through it casually. "You should really vary your routine though. Chinese food every Friday, library every Saturday morning, grocery store Sunday afternoons. Makes it too easy for the wrong people to know when you're home." The knife was still in my hand, hidden behind my back, and I was calculating if I could make it to the bathroom, lock myself in, maybe break the window and scream for help. But Frank seemed to read my mind, standing up and positioning himself between me and the hallway. "The bathroom window's been painted shut since last winter, remember? You put in a maintenance request about it, but I never got around to fixing it. Lot of things in this building I never quite get around to fixing." Something in me snapped then. Maybe it was anger overtaking the fear or just pure survival instinct. But I brought that knife forward and pointed it at him. "Get out of my apartment right now or I'll scream so loud the whole building will hear." Frank actually laughed, a genuine amused sound that made my skin prickle. "During a blackout? When half the building's empty because people went to stay with friends who have generators? Go ahead." But I did scream, loud and long, and to my surprise I heard doors opening in the hallway. Voices calling out, footsteps running. Frank's expression changed instantly, the smugness replaced with something like panic. Turns out Mrs. Gonzalez hadn't evacuated after all, and neither had the college kids from 4F. Within seconds there were people pounding on my door, asking if I was okay, threatening to call the cops. Frank tried to play it off, opening the door with his master key, telling everyone he was just checking on residents during the blackout. But Mrs. Gonzalez wasn't buying it. She pushed past him, grabbed my arm, and pulled me into the hallway, announcing loudly that I was staying with her tonight, and that somebody better call the police right now because Frank had no business being in a young woman's apartment at this hour. The police arrived within 20 minutes. Apparently, the college kids had managed to get through to 911 on their phone. When they searched Frank's apartment in the basement, they found a whole collection of things that made my stomach turn. A notebook with detailed schedules of female residents, copies of keys he wasn't supposed to have, and photos taken through apartment windows. The real kicker was when they checked the maintenance tunnels he'd mentioned. There were makeshift platforms between floors where he could access certain apartments through ventilation grates he'd modified. He'd been doing this for years, apparently, but most residents who'd complained about strange noises or things being moved had been dismissed as paranoid or had simply moved out. The police found my spare key in his pocket, the one I thought I'd lost at the laundromat 3 months ago. They also discovered he'd installed tiny holes in the ceiling of my apartment, barely visible, that lined up with the floor of 5B, which explained how he could track my movements so precisely from above. Frank was arrested that night, charged with stalking, breaking, and entering, and a bunch of other things my lawyer later explained to me. I moved out the next week, stayed with my sister in Pasadena until I could find a new place. The other women in the building filed a joint lawsuit against the property management company for failing to properly screen their employees. Turns out Frank had been fired from 2 previous buildings for similar complaints that were never formally investigated. I still have trouble sleeping sometimes, especially during power outages, and I always check my ceilings for any unusual holes or marks. But Mrs. Gonzalez was right about one thing she told me that night while we waited for the police. "Trust your instincts, mija. If something feels wrong, it probably is. I just wish I'd trusted mine sooner." These days I live in a building with multiple security cameras, electronic locks that track every entry, and most importantly, no maintenance tunnels between floors. And I never, ever ignore footsteps in the night. No one ever stays past 9 on the 12th floor, but I had a deadline and thought I could finish a few more pages before heading home. The office was almost silent except for the hum of the old fluorescent lights and the occasional passing siren from the streets below. It was late autumn, the kind of night where the air outside looks sharp, the windows fog from the inside, and the city feels strangely hollow. My name's Claire, and at that time I was 26, working as a junior analyst for a small architectural firm tucked between two glass towers in downtown Chicago. The company wasn't glamorous, but I liked the rhythm. Late nights, empty hallways, the steady calm of a city that never truly sleeps. When the clock hit 9:47, I packed my bag and sent one last email before heading to the elevator. The building had that corporate stillness that always made me uneasy after hours. Even the air conditioning sounded unsure of itself. The elevator button glowed faintly when I pressed it, reflecting off the metal panel. I remember glancing at my phone, 11% battery, before stepping inside. It was one of those older elevators with a dull brass railing and a carpet that had seen better decades. The doors closed, sealing me in with the faint scent of old wiring and cleaning chemicals. The elevator jolted as it began to descend, a sluggish mechanical groan echoing through the shaft. I leaned against the wall, half thinking about ordering a ride-share home, half thinking about the eerie silence that had swallowed the building. Then it happened. Everything went black. The hum of the elevator died mid-motion. For a second, I thought it was a simple flicker, a surge maybe, but the silence that followed was absolute. No motion, no light. Just the faint echo of metal cooling around me. My phone's screen lit up when I unlocked it, the only blue glow in the suffocating dark. I tapped the emergency button. Nothing. No buzz, no click. I tried the call button next, but it was dead too. The air felt heavy, like the elevator itself was holding its breath. I checked my phone again, 8%. No signal. That was when I first heard it. A faint tapping sound echoing from below. So soft I almost convinced myself it was just the cables shifting. It came in intervals, spaced out evenly, like someone was testing a rhythm on the metal. I told myself it was the building settling, but each time I whispered hello, the tapping stopped, then started again, a little closer. I called out again, louder this time, but my voice felt like it got swallowed by the dark. The tapping stopped. The air around me thickened with silence, so complete that I could hear the faint ticking of my wristwatch. I held my phone up, trying to use the dim light to see the ceiling vent. The metal above me seemed endless, a narrow throat of shadows. When the sound returned, it came from somewhere higher, not below anymore, but closer to the top of the shaft. It was deliberate now, each strike echoing longer than the last, like something metallic brushing along the walls, dragging itself closer inch by inch. I thought about forcing the doors open, but my legs wouldn't move at first. I kept telling myself it had to be maintenance workers trying to fix the power, but that lie didn't hold up when I heard what sounded like knuckles. Slow, precise knocks tracing the edges of the elevator roof. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more, each one measured, patient. I whispered again, "Is someone there?" This time the sound answered immediately. 1 sharp tap in return. Not random, not cables. Someone was listening. The darkness plays tricks on the mind. I started remembering things that didn't belong to that moment. Old stories about people trapped underground. Rescue workers who heard voices that shouldn't exist. My breathing grew uneven, and I tried to steady it by counting in my head. Every time I hit 5, another tap interrupted, syncing itself to my rhythm like it was mocking me. I held the phone tighter, its glow barely enough to see my fingers, battery at 5%. My reflection on the metal door was just a blur, a faint outline that seemed to twitch with every flicker of light. Then came a different sound. The faint creak of metal from above, followed by a low scraping noise, almost like something being dragged. I lifted my phone toward the ceiling, squinting. For half a second I thought I saw movement behind the vent, something shifting in the slats, just enough to catch the light before disappearing. My throat went dry. I stepped back, pressed against the wall, and tried not to make a sound. The elevator gave a subtle shudder, like it was reacting to something heavy settling on top of it. The elevator lights blinked once, just enough to show the dust swirling in the air, then died again. I gripped the railing, listening. The sound above shifted, not just tapping now, but faint scraping, as if something metallic was tracing slow circles across the roof. I tried shouting for help again, and my own voice came back distorted, bouncing off the shaft in ways that made it sound like several people were whispering the same words back at me. I hit the emergency panel again, even though I knew it was useless. Each button gave a hollow click under my fingers, but nothing lit up. A thin draft pushed through the ceiling vent, cold enough to sting my face. It carried the faintest smell of burnt plastic and oil, like an engine overheating somewhere nearby. Then came another sound, short, clipped breaths, followed by a whisper that might have been my name. I didn't want to believe that. Maybe I was hearing the wind or the echo of the cables. I backed into the corner and watched the narrow vent above me, my phone light trembling across the edges. The air seemed to hum now, like a low vibration buried beneath the silence. When the elevator shook again, it wasn't random. It moved just once, a single deliberate drop of a few inches before halting. The cables groaned under the weight, and that sound from the roof, the dragging metal, stopped completely. For a moment there was only stillness. Then a single knock came from directly above my head, followed by another, slower one on the wall beside me. I pressed my ear against the cold surface and heard something slide downward, a noise so close it felt like it was tracing my outline through the steel. I yelled for anyone in the maintenance room, anyone in the building, even the security guard I'd seen earlier at the lobby desk. Nothing came back. The air felt warmer suddenly, as if the walls were breathing with me. My phone dimmed to 1%, and the blue light barely reached the corners of the elevator. The next sound wasn't tapping or scraping. It was a quiet laugh. Not loud or mocking, just a low, broken chuckle that stopped as soon as I lifted my head. That was the last thing I heard before the light finally died. When the light vanished, I thought I'd gone deaf too. The silence wasn't empty, and it was dense, pressing against my ears, making every breath feel like it belonged to someone else. I slid down the wall, clutching the phone that had become useless. My heartbeat filled the space, fast and uneven. I waited for the tapping to return, for anything to break the stillness, but the dark stayed whole. Minutes, maybe hours passed like that. I had no way of knowing. The air tasted metallic, and I could hear faint pops from the elevator's wiring cooling off. Every sound became a question. Was it me or something else? When the elevator finally moved, it was so sudden I barely had time to react. It jerked once, then began descending again, slow but steady. The lights didn't come back, but I could feel motion, that subtle pull under my feet that made my stomach tighten. Somewhere far below, I could hear the faint hum of generators. I thought I was being rescued. I remember crying out, "Hello, can anyone hear me?" No answer. The tapping didn't return either. Only the mechanical groans of the shaft as the elevator crawled downward, stopping with a gentle bump. The doors slid open into complete darkness. No lobby lights, no emergency lamps, not even the glow of street lights through the glass. I stepped out carefully, hands brushing against the cold marble wall until I found the main hallway. The building was dead silent. My shoes clicked against the floor, echoing back at me, but something about the echo wasn't right. It came a second too late, like it was chasing me. I walked faster until I reached the glass entrance. Outside, the city was pitch black. Every building, every sign, every light, gone. Only the red sky above, faint and unnatural, lit by something distant. When power finally returned, I was sitting on the curb outside, surrounded by flashing emergency lights and strangers who'd gathered from nearby buildings. No one else had been trapped in an elevator that night. When I told a firefighter what I'd heard, the knocking, the voice, the sound above, he said it was probably pressure from the cables, the kind of thing panic makes worse. But even as he spoke, I kept watching the elevator doors through the glass. They opened once more, just slightly as if breathing. Something metallic shifted inside. And for a brief moment, I swore I heard that slow, rhythmic tapping again. One last time. The night the power grid failed across Florida, I had just started what should have been a calm 12-hour shift. My name's Aaron, and at that time I was the only nurse on duty in the ICU wing of a small coastal hospital. Most of the staff had gone home early because of the storm warnings. The air was thick and heavy, pressing against the windows like it wanted in. The lights flickered twice, and then the entire world outside the glass went dark. I remember standing by the monitors, hearing every machine sigh as the power cut out, and for a second, it felt like the building itself was holding its breath. The generator kicked in after a few seconds, buzzing from somewhere deep in the lower floors. The relief that washed over me was short-lived. The hum sounded strained, almost sick. We had 3 patients on life support that night: an older man recovering from heart surgery, a woman in a coma after a car accident, and a teenage boy with severe asthma complications. Their lives hung on those machines, and suddenly, I became the only thing standing between them and silence. An hour passed before the temperature began to climb. Without full ventilation, the ICU started to feel like an oven. The walls seemed to radiate heat. I tried calling the emergency line, the maintenance team, anyone. Nothing. Every call ended in static. I told myself help was on the way, that power crews were out there fixing things. But then the generator coughed once, twice, and went quiet. The machines followed one after another, their beeps stretching into a flat, suffocating line. That silence was like gravity, thick and absolute. I could hear my own heartbeat, the shallow rasp of the old man's breathing, and something else, faint but rhythmic. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing down the main corridor. I thought maybe it was security coming to check on me, but the sound stopped right outside the ICU doors. I waited for them to open. They never did. I stayed by the door for a long moment, waiting for whoever was out there to say something. Nothing came through the glass, no shadow, no whisper, just that faint echo dying away in the hallway. The backup lights in the ceiling were out, so I grabbed my small pen light and aimed it toward the corridor. The beam reached only a few feet before being swallowed by darkness. I told myself it could be the pipes expanding in the heat or a cart rolling on its own. But it did not sound mechanical. It sounded human, someone pacing just beyond the door, stopping when I moved. When I turned back to the patients, sweat had soaked through my scrubs. The temperature kept climbing, and the air felt thick enough to choke on. I went through the supply room and found 3 portable oxygen tanks, 2 nearly full, 1 less than half. I lined them on the counter and stared at them for a long time. I had always trusted protocols, flowcharts, supervision, but there was none of that now. The emergency radio was silent, and the backup power room was several floors down. Every minute that passed meant less air for the people who could not ask for it. I decided to start with the boy. His chest barely moved, and without the ventilator, his breathing sounded fragile, like paper crumpling. I attached one of the full tanks to his mask and watched the line of his pulse steady. The old man was gasping quietly, his skin turning gray. I gave him the second tank, adjusting the flow as I had done hundreds of times before. The woman in the coma did not move at all, but her monitor showed faint electrical flickers, a heartbeat trying to stay alive. I stared at the last half-empty tank and felt my throat close up. Somewhere down the hallway, something metal clattered to the floor. It was distant but sharp, echoing through the hollow corridors. I stepped outside the ICU for a moment, shining the pen light down the empty stretch. The hospital had never felt so enormous. Wheelchairs, carts, and gurneys stood frozen in the dark, their shapes distorted by the faint red glow of emergency exit signs. The smell of antiseptic mixed with heat made me dizzy. Then, from the far end, came the slow scrape of a shoe on tile. Once, then again, deliberate, like someone dragging their feet toward me. The scraping stopped halfway down the hall, and the air seemed to thicken with every second that passed. I whispered a name, just a reflex asking if anyone was there, but only the hum of the emergency lights answered me. The idea of leaving the patients alone terrified me more than whatever might be walking those corridors. I stepped back inside and locked the ICU door, though I doubted the thin latch would stop much. The generator room came to mind again, but the thought of navigating that dark maze alone made my stomach knot. I sat between the beds, the small beam of my pen light trembling across the walls, waiting for a sound that would tell me what to do. Hours blurred together, the oxygen gauges kept falling, and I could not shake the thought that rescue crews might never come. I rotated the tanks as best I could, giving each patient bursts of air, counting the seconds under my breath. When I pressed my ear against the wall, I could hear the faint pulse of the storm outside. Rain, wind, and maybe distant sirens too far to matter. Then the footsteps came again, slower, heavier, as if whoever it was had learned the rhythm of my movements and matched them. When the boy's oxygen ran out, his pulse line began to flatten. I tried to ration what little was left from the half-empty tank, but it only delayed the inevitable. His last breath came out as a faint whistle, and then the silence returned, deeper this time, heavier. I do not remember crying. I remember only the sound of metal turning at the ICU handle. Someone was trying to get in. I shouted that the door was locked, that I was inside with patients, but there was no response. Just the sound of the handle twitching, slow, measured, like testing the strength of the lock. Then it stopped. By sunrise, the power returned with a jolt that made every machine scream back to life. The building flooded with blinding fluorescent light, and I realized I was sitting on the floor, clutching the empty oxygen tank. The boy was gone, the other two still alive. When the maintenance team finally reached the ICU, they told me no one else had been in the building that night. Every entrance was sealed, and security cameras had been down since the blackout began. I transferred to another hospital soon after, but every time the lights flicker now, I hear those footsteps again, slow, patient, and waiting. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Christmas has always been my favorite holiday. The lights, the food, the feeling of belonging somewhere warm, while the world outside turns cold and dark. So when my boyfriend Kevin invited me to spend the holiday with his family in their farmhouse outside of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, I thought it would be perfect. We had been dating for about 8 months, and things were getting serious enough that meeting the whole extended family felt like the natural next step. I remember packing my suitcase that Thursday morning, carefully wrapping the gifts I had bought for his parents and his 2 sisters, feeling nervous but excited. My own family had scattered across the country after my parents split up when I was finishing college back in 2015, so the idea of a big traditional Christmas dinner with a real family felt like something out of a movie. Kevin kept telling me how much they would love me, how his mom made the best honey-glazed ham, how his dad would probably fall asleep in his recliner after dessert like he did every year. I believed every word. We arrived around 4 in the afternoon on December 23, 2023. The farmhouse sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, surrounded by flat, frozen fields that stretched out in every direction, like an ocean of brown and white. It was bigger than I expected, a 2-story wooden structure painted pale blue, with a wraparound porch decorated with string lights and plastic candy canes. There were already 5 or 6 cars parked in front when we pulled up, and I could see shadows moving behind the frosted windows. Kevin squeezed my hand and smiled before we got out. The cold hit me immediately, that sharp Iowa wind cutting right through my coat. His mother, a heavy-set woman named Darlene with silver hair pinned up in a bun, opened the front door before we even reached the porch steps. She hugged Kevin for a long time, rocking him back and forth like he was still a little boy. When she finally turned to me, her smile stayed in place, but something behind her eyes shifted. She looked me up and down slowly, then said, "So you are the one. Not nice to meet you. Not welcome. Just that." So you are the one. Inside, the house smelled like cinnamon and wood smoke, and the living room was packed with people. Kevin introduced me to everyone so fast that I could barely keep track of names and faces. His father, a wiry man named Donald with a gray mustache and deep-set eyes, shook my hand without saying a word. His older sister, Tammy, who looked like a harder version of Darlene, gave me a quick nod from across the room. His younger sister, April, at least smiled, though it faded the moment her mother glanced at her. There were aunts and uncles and cousins scattered around on couches and folding chairs, and every single one of them seemed to stop their conversations when I walked in. The Christmas tree in the corner was enormous, covered in what looked like decades' worth of ornaments, and above the fireplace hung a wooden sign that read, "Family first, family forever." I tried to make small talk with a few people, asking about their drive or commenting on the decorations, but every response I got was short and clipped. Kevin kept disappearing to help with things in the kitchen or to catch up with relatives he had not seen in months, leaving me alone in a room full of strangers who clearly had no interest in making me feel welcome. Dinner that first night was uncomfortable in ways I still struggle to put into words. We all crowded around a long table in the dining room, and Darlene made a point of seating me at the very end, as far from Kevin as possible. He was sandwiched between his sisters near the head of the table, and every time I tried to catch his eye, someone would lean in to talk to him or pass a dish that blocked my view. The food was good, I remember that much, but I could barely taste it. Conversations happened around me but never included me. At one point, Tammy said something about how Kevin used to bring home better choices in college, and the whole table laughed except for Kevin, who just stared at his plate. I waited for him to say something, to defend me, but he stayed quiet. After dinner, Darlene asked me to help clear the table while everyone else moved to the living room for coffee and pie. I spent 20 minutes alone in that kitchen, scraping plates and loading the dishwasher, listening to laughter coming from the other room. When I finally finished and went to join them, the conversation stopped the second I appeared in the doorway. Darlene looked at me with that same flat smile and said, "Oh, we were just talking about family things. You would not understand." That night, Kevin and I slept in his old childhood bedroom, a small room on the second floor with faded posters of basketball players still taped to the walls. I tried to tell him how I was feeling, how his family seemed cold toward me, how the comment at dinner had hurt. He sighed and rubbed his face and told me I was being too sensitive, that his family was just like that with new people, that I needed to give them time. He fell asleep within minutes, but I lay awake for hours staring at the ceiling and listening to the old house creak and settle around me. At some point after midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside our door. They stopped right in front of the room and stayed there for what felt like 5 full minutes before finally moving away. I told myself it was nothing, probably just someone going to the bathroom. But sleep did not come easy after that. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed about being trapped in a room with no doors while faceless people pressed against the walls, watching me. I woke up to gray morning light and the smell of bacon drifting up from downstairs. And for a brief moment, I let myself believe that maybe today would be different. Maybe they just needed to warm up to me. Christmas Eve started with breakfast in the kitchen, and I made an effort to be helpful and friendly despite how exhausted I felt. I offered to help Darlene with the cooking, but she told me she had it under control and that I should just stay out of the way. So I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee while the women of the family bustled around me, talking to each other as if I was not even there. Around noon, more relatives started arriving, and the house grew louder and more crowded. I noticed that people kept having hushed conversations that would stop whenever I walked into a room. Kevin was no help at all. He spent most of the day outside with his father and his uncles, working on something in the barn, and every time I tried to go find him, one of his relatives would redirect me back inside with some excuse. By late afternoon, I had this growing sense of dread building in my chest, like something was coming that I could not see. The way they kept looking at me when they thought I was not paying attention. The way Tammy had started writing things down in a little notebook every time I said something. The way Donald had taken my car keys off the hook by the front door and slipped them into his pocket when he thought no one was watching. I saw it happen. I saw it and I said nothing because I kept telling myself I was imagining things. It happened after dinner, around 8 o'clock. We had just finished eating, and I was helping April carry dishes to the kitchen when Darlene appeared in the doorway and told me that the family wanted to have a conversation with me in the living room. Her voice was calm, almost pleasant, but there was something underneath it that made every muscle in my body tighten. I followed her out, expecting maybe an awkward attempt at bonding or some kind of holiday tradition I did not know about. Instead, I walked into a room where every single member of Kevin's family was seated in a circle of chairs, and there was one empty chair in the middle facing all of them. The Christmas tree lights blinked red and green behind them, the fire crackled in the fireplace, and Kevin sat between his mother and his father, not looking at me. Darlene gestured to the empty chair and said, "Sit down, sweetheart. We need to talk about some concerns." My legs moved before my brain could catch up, and suddenly I was sitting in that chair, surrounded by 15 or 16 people all staring at me with expressions that ranged from cold to openly hostile. The front door was behind me, but when I glanced back, I saw that one of Kevin's uncles, a huge man named Bert with hands like dinner plates, had positioned himself directly in front of it. Tammy spoke first. She opened her little notebook and started reading from it like she was presenting evidence in a courtroom. She listed dates and incidents, things I had apparently done wrong over the past 8 months. The time I convinced Kevin to skip his mother's birthday dinner because we had concert tickets. The way I had been monopolizing his weekends so he could not come home to help with the farm. How I had changed his diet, his sleep schedule, his priorities. She said I was isolating him from his family, that I was manipulating him, that I was trying to turn him against the people who had loved him his whole life. Each accusation hit me like a punch to the chest. I tried to respond, tried to explain that Kevin had made his own choices, that we were building a life together in the city, that none of this was some sinister plan. But every time I opened my mouth, someone else would cut me off. Donald talked about how Kevin used to call home every Sunday, and now they were lucky to hear from him once a month. Darlene cried actual tears as she described how her baby boy was slipping away from her. An aunt whose name I never learned called me a snake. The word hung in the air like smoke. A snake. And through all of it, Kevin just sat there, hunched forward with his elbows on his knees, staring at the floor and saying absolutely nothing. After about an hour of this, I finally found my voice. I stood up from the chair and said I was done, that I was not going to sit here and be attacked, that I wanted to leave. The room went quiet. Darlene exchanged a look with Donald, and then Donald reached into his pocket and pulled out my car keys. He held them up, letting them dangle from his fingers, and said, "You are not going anywhere until we finish this conversation." I asked for my keys back. I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could hear it cracking. He just shook his head slowly, like I was a child who did not understand the rules. I turned to Kevin, begging him with my eyes to do something, to say something, to stand up and tell his family that this was insane. He finally looked at me, and for a second I thought I saw something like guilt in his expression. But then Darlene put her hand on his arm and whispered something in his ear, and he looked away again. That was the moment I realized I was completely alone in that house. I pulled out my phone to call someone, anyone, maybe my friend Lisa back in the city, or even the police. But before I could even unlock the screen, Bert was standing right next to me. He did not grab me or touch me, but he leaned in close and said in this low, rumbling voice, "Put that away. We handle things the old-fashioned way in this family. You do not want to see what that means." The next 2 hours were the longest of my life. They made me sit back down in that chair, and one by one, each family member took their turn telling me everything that was wrong with me. My job, my clothes, the fact that I did not go to church, the way I laughed too loud, how I apparently looked at Kevin's father the wrong way at dinner. They had a whole list of conditions I would need to agree to if I wanted to stay with Kevin. I would need to move closer to the farm. I would need to attend Sunday dinners every single week. I would need to ask Darlene's permission before making any major decisions that affected Kevin. They had printed it all out on a piece of paper, like a contract, and Tammy slid it across to me with a pen. I stared at that paper for a long time. The fire had burned down to embers. The Christmas tree lights kept blinking their cheerful pattern. Outside, I could hear the wind howling across those frozen fields, and I thought about how far away the nearest neighbor must be, how no one would hear me if I screamed. I looked at Kevin one more time, searching for any sign that he would help me, that he would stand up for us. He would not even meet my eyes. So I picked up the pen, and then I set it back down and said, "No." The silence that followed was deafening. Darlene's face went from shocked to furious in the span of a heartbeat. She started to say something, but I did not let her finish. I stood up so fast that the chair tipped over behind me, and I started talking loud enough that my voice filled the whole room. I told them that what they were doing was insane, that holding someone against their will was a crime, that I would call the police the second I got out of there, and they would all have to explain themselves. I was shaking, my whole body trembling, but something inside me had snapped, and I was not going to let these people break me. I pointed at Donald and demanded my keys. I pointed at Bert and told him to get away from the door. And then I looked at Kevin, really looked at him, and I said, "If you do not stand up right now and walk out of here with me, we are done. Forever." The room held its breath. Kevin's face had gone pale, and I could see his jaw working like he was trying to chew through something tough. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he stood up. Darlene grabbed at his arm, but he shook her off. He walked over to his father, held out his hand, and said, "Give her the keys, Dad." Donald stared at him for a long moment, something ugly passing behind his eyes. But Kevin did not back down, and eventually, slowly, Donald dropped the keys into Kevin's palm. We walked out of that house together, and nobody tried to stop us. Maybe they were too shocked. Maybe they realized they had pushed too far. I do not know, and I do not care. The cold air hit me like a slap when we stepped onto the porch, and I had never been so grateful for anything in my life. Kevin drove because I was shaking too hard to hold the wheel. We did not talk for the first hour, just drove through the dark Iowa night with nothing but fields and silence around us. When we finally stopped at a gas station somewhere near Des Moines, I got out and threw up in the parking lot. Kevin held my hair back and kept saying he was sorry, over and over, like a broken record. I wanted to scream at him, to ask him why he had not said anything sooner, why he had let it go on for so long. But I was too exhausted. We drove all night and made it back to the city by sunrise on Christmas morning. I spent the holiday alone in my apartment, eating cereal and staring at the wall, trying to process what had happened. Kevin and I tried to make it work for another few weeks after that, but something between us had shattered in that living room, and there was no putting it back together. I ended things in January, and I have not spoken to him since. It has been almost a year now, and I still think about that night more often than I would like to admit. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had signed that paper, if I had given in, and let them mold me into whatever they thought Kevin deserved. Would I still be driving out to that farmhouse every Sunday, sitting at that long table, pretending to be someone I am not? The thought makes me sick. I learned something important in that living room, surrounded by people who had decided I was the enemy before I even walked through the door. I learned that some families are not built on love. They are built on control, on loyalty that looks more like fear, on traditions that exist to keep everyone in line. And I learned that no matter how much you want someone, no matter how much you think you love them, you cannot save a person who will not save themselves. Kevin made his choice when he sat there in silence and let them tear me apart. He made another choice when he finally stood up, but it was too late by then. The damage was done. I hope he is okay, wherever he is. I hope he eventually finds the strength to break free from that family for good. But that is not my fight anymore. I got out. And every Christmas since, I celebrate alone, with cheap wine and a movie and the doors locked tight. It is not the warm family holiday I used to dream about. But at least I am safe. At least I am free. Every year since I was a kid, December 24th meant the same thing. Chaos, laughter, and falling asleep to the smell of pine needles and cinnamon. But after what happened in 2023, that date now carries a weight I cannot shake. My wife Stephanie and I had just bought our first house in a quiet suburb outside Denver, Colorado. A split level with a big backyard where our two kids, Harper and Miles, could finally have room to run around. We had moved in during October, and I remember thinking how perfect it would be to host our first real Christmas there. My parents came over on Christmas Eve, along with Stephanie's sister and her husband. We did the whole thing: eggnog, caroling on the TV, the kids leaving cookies out for Santa. Everyone left around 11, and by midnight, Stephanie and I had finished placing all the presents under the tree. I was 34 that December, finally feeling like I had my life together, like I had built something worth protecting. We went to bed exhausted but happy, the kind of tired that comes from a good day spent with people you love. I woke up at 2:14 in the morning. I know the exact time because I checked my phone the second my eyes opened, annoyed at myself for waking up when I had maybe 4 hours before the kids would come bursting into our room. At first I thought it was nothing, maybe just my body adjusting to the new house settling in the cold. But then I heard it again, a soft, papery rustle coming from downstairs. My first thought was Harper. She was 7 and had been talking non-stop about wanting to see what Santa brought. I figured she had snuck down to peek at the presents, maybe even started unwrapping one corner like she did last year at my parents' place. I slid out of bed slowly, not wanting to wake Stephanie, and walked toward the hallway in just my sweatpants and an old college shirt. I did not turn on any lights because I wanted to catch Harper in the act, maybe give her a little scare and send her back to bed with a warning. I moved down the first few steps, my bare feet silent on the carpet, and that was when I saw something that made every muscle in my body lock up. There was a man kneeling beside our Christmas tree. He had his back to me, hunched over the pile of presents, and he was using some kind of blade to slice through the wrapping paper with careful, deliberate movements. He wore dark clothing and a red Santa hat that looked absurd and terrifying at the same time, the white pom-pom bobbing slightly as he worked. For a second, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. I thought maybe I was dreaming, or maybe one of our relatives had come back for something they forgot. But then the man shifted, and I saw the way he moved. Methodical, practiced, like he had done this many times before. He was not rushing. He was not nervous. He was sorting through my children's Christmas presents like he had all the time in the world, and that calmness was more frightening than anything else. I pressed myself against the wall of the stairwell, trying to become invisible, trying to think. My phone was upstairs on the nightstand. Stephanie was asleep. My kids were asleep. And there was a stranger in my living room with a knife. I took one slow step backward, placing my foot carefully on the stair behind me, when movement at the edge of my vision made me turn my head. There was a second figure on the staircase, maybe 8 steps below me, climbing toward the bedrooms. This one was bigger, broader, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. He had not seen me yet because he was focused on the stairs ahead, moving with that same eerie patience as his partner downstairs. My heart was slamming so hard I could feel it in my throat. I had maybe 2 seconds before he looked up and saw me standing there in the dark. I thought about my daughter sleeping in her room with the door cracked open because she was afraid of the dark. I thought about my son, only 4 years old, clutching his stuffed dinosaur. I thought about Stephanie, completely unaware that 2 strangers had entered our home while we slept. In that moment, I was not brave. I was not a hero. I was a father who realized that everything he loved was in danger, and I had no idea what to do. I did the only thing that made sense. I moved. Not down toward the man by the tree, but up, as fast and as quietly as I could manage. The figure on the stairs was still looking down at his feet, watching his steps, and I used those precious seconds to slip back into the upstairs hallway. My pulse was roaring in my ears so loud I was certain they could hear it. I ducked into the bathroom across from our bedroom and pressed myself behind the door, leaving it open just a crack so I could see the top of the stairs. I needed to think. I needed a plan. The baseball bat I kept in the closet seemed impossibly far away now, in the bedroom where Stephanie was sleeping. If I woke her up, she might make noise. If I went for the bat, the man on the stairs might reach the hallway before I got back. Every option felt like a trap. Through the crack in the bathroom door, I watched the dark shape of the hooded figure reach the top step. He paused there, his head turning slowly as he scanned the hallway, and I held my breath until my lungs burned. He moved toward Harper's room first. Her door was the closest to the stairs, and she always left it open a few inches because of the nightlight in the hallway. I watched him push it open wider with one gloved hand, and something inside me snapped. I stopped thinking about plans and options and what made sense. I stepped out of the bathroom, crossed the hallway in 3 strides, and grabbed the back of his hoodie with both hands before he could step inside my daughter's room. The man was heavier than me, probably had 40 pounds on my frame, but I had momentum and rage and the kind of strength that only comes when your child is 10 feet away from a stranger in the dark. I yanked him backward with everything I had, and we both went down hard on the hallway floor. He let out a grunt of surprise, and somewhere downstairs I heard the other one call out, a sharp, questioning sound that was not quite a word. The man beneath me started thrashing, trying to twist around, and I felt something hard press against my ribs. A flashlight, maybe, or something worse. I did not wait to find out. I drove my elbow into the side of his head, once, twice, and then I was on my feet again, screaming for Stephanie to wake up, to call 911 to get the kids. Everything after that happened in fragments, like my brain could only record pieces at a time. Stephanie's voice, confused and then terrified, asking what was happening. Harper crying out from her room, that high-pitched wail that children make when they wake up scared. The man on the floor groaning, rolling onto his side, and me standing over him with my fists clenched, waiting for him to get up so I could hit him again. I heard footsteps pounding up the stairs, the second intruder, the one with the Santa hat, coming to help his partner. I grabbed the only thing within reach, a heavy ceramic vase that Stephanie's mother had given us as a housewarming gift, and I positioned myself between the staircase and my daughter's door. When the man in the Santa hat appeared at the top of the stairs, I did not hesitate. I swung the vase at his face with both hands, and it connected with a sound I will never forget, a wet, crunching impact that sent him stumbling backward. He caught himself on the railing, blood streaming from his nose, and for one long second we just stared at each other. His eyes were wide and shocked above a black cloth mask that covered the lower half of his face. He was younger than I expected, maybe mid-20s, and in that moment he looked almost as scared as I felt. He ran. He turned around and went down those stairs so fast he nearly fell, and I heard the front door slam open as he fled into the night. The man on the hallway floor was trying to crawl toward the stairs now, leaving a smear of blood on the carpet from where my elbow had split something open on his face. Stephanie was in the doorway of our bedroom with her phone pressed to her ear, her voice shaking as she told the 911 operator our address. I could hear Harper sobbing and Miles calling out for Mommy, and I wanted to go to them so badly it hurt, but I could not take my eyes off the man on the floor. He made it to the top of the stairs, pulled himself up using the railing, and half ran, half fell down to the first floor. I followed him to the top step and watched him stumble through the living room, past the scattered presents and torn wrapping paper, and out the same door his partner had used. The whole thing, from the moment I woke up to the moment they were gone, was maybe 4 minutes. It felt like hours. It felt like seconds. When I finally let myself breathe, my legs gave out, and I sat down right there on the top stair, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. The police arrived in under 6 minutes, though it felt like an eternity. Stephanie had gathered both kids into our bedroom and locked the door, and I stayed at the top of the stairs with that broken vase still clutched in my hand, watching the front door like the men might come back at any moment. When I saw the red and blue lights flashing through the living room windows, I nearly started crying. 2 officers came in with their weapons drawn, clearing each room before they let us come downstairs. Harper would not stop shaking, and Miles kept asking why there was blood on the floor, and I did not have any answers that a 4-year-old could understand. One of the officers, a woman with short gray hair and a calm voice that seemed designed for moments like this, sat with Stephanie and the kids while her partner walked me through the house. That was when we found the window. It was in the small guest bathroom on the first floor, the one we barely used, tucked behind the laundry room. The window was wide open, the screen removed and placed neatly against the wall outside. My brother-in-law had used that bathroom during the party, and when I checked, I realized the lock had never been turned after he left. Such a small thing. Such a stupid, simple oversight. And two strangers had slipped through it while my family slept upstairs. The officers told me we were lucky. They said home invasions on Christmas Eve were more common than people think. Criminals know that houses are full of new electronics, jewelry, cash gifts, and families are distracted by celebration. They know that guests come and go, that doors and windows get opened and forgotten, that the noise of a party can cover almost anything. They also told me that most burglars run the moment they realize someone is home. That confrontation is the last thing they want. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I had not woken up, if that rustling paper had not pulled me out of sleep. The man with the Santa hat had been sorting through presents to find the most valuable items, probably electronics and gift cards, things that are easy to carry and easy to sell. But his partner had been heading upstairs. The officer did not say what he thought the second man was looking for up there, and I did not ask, because some questions have answers you do not want to hear. They took our statements, photographed the blood on the carpet, and the broken vase and the open window, and told us that detectives would follow up in the morning. By the time they left, it was almost 5 in the morning, and the sky outside was starting to turn gray with the first light of Christmas Day. We did not open presents that morning. Harper asked once in a small voice if Santa had still come, and I had to walk into the kitchen so she would not see my face. Stephanie handled it better than I did. She always does, and somehow convinced the kids that we would do Christmas later, that right now we needed to rest and be together. We spent the morning huddled on our bed, all 4 of us, watching cartoons on Stephanie's laptop while I kept glancing at the bedroom door. I had pushed our dresser in front of it, which was probably ridiculous since the intruders were long gone, but I could not stop myself. Every creak of the house made my heart race. Every shadow in the hallway looked like a figure in a hood. The kids eventually fell asleep around noon, exhausted from the disrupted night, and Stephanie and I just sat there holding each other without speaking. I kept replaying every moment in my head, thinking about all the ways it could have gone differently. What if the man on the stairs had been faster? What if he had been armed with something worse than whatever I felt against my ribs? What if I had not woken up at all? The thoughts spiraled and spiraled until Stephanie squeezed my hand and told me to stop, that we were okay, that everyone was safe. She was right, but knowing that did not make the fear go away. They caught them 3 days later. A neighbor 2 streets over had a doorbell camera that recorded the men fleeing down the sidewalk, and the footage was clear enough to show their faces once they pulled off their masks while running to their car. The one I hit with the vase was 23 years old, a guy named Ronald Becker, with a string of prior burglary charges in 3 different states. His partner was his cousin, 19. No prior record, but plenty of connection to stolen goods that police found when they searched their apartment. They had hit 4 other homes that same week, all in neighborhoods where holiday parties made for easy targets. During the investigation, a detective told me something that still keeps me up at night. He said that based on what they found in the cousin's apartment, zip ties, duct tape, a handgun that the younger one had left in their car that night, there was a possibility they had been planning to do more than just steal presents. He could not say for certain what their intentions were, and neither of them confessed to anything beyond burglary. But he wanted me to know that what I did on that staircase, the decision to fight instead of hide, might have prevented something much worse. I think about that every single day. I think about how close we came to a different ending, one where I am not writing this post because I am not here to write it. We moved out of that house 6 months later. Stephanie and I agreed that we could never feel safe there again, and the kids had nightmares for months about bad men coming through the windows. We live in an apartment building now, on the 4th floor, with a security desk in the lobby and cameras in every hallway. I check the locks 3 times before bed. I sleep with a bat next to my nightstand, and every Christmas Eve, while other families are laughing and celebrating, I stay awake until dawn, listening for sounds that do not belong. Volunteering for the Ashford Winter Festival seemed like a good idea, until I realized it meant standing outside for 6 hours in December checking vendor permits. My sister Amanda had convinced me to sign up, insisting I needed to do something other than mope around that apartment. She wasn't wrong. After my divorce finalized in August, I'd spent most evenings staring at my phone and drinking cheap wine, scrolling through photos of my ex-husband's new life like some kind of masochist. Moving back to my hometown had felt like admitting defeat, but the rent above the pharmacy on Main Street was affordable, and I needed a fresh start somewhere familiar. The annual festival brought out everyone in town, all bundled up in their winter coats, wandering between craft booths and food trucks, while Christmas music blared from speakers mounted on every lamppost. By the time I graduated high school back in 2013, I'd already been dreaming of leaving Ashford behind. But here I was at 30, clipboard in hand, making sure the kettle corn guy had the right permits, and the jewelry vendors weren't blocking the sidewalk. Life has a funny way of circling back on you. The festival stretched along Main Street for 4 blocks, with the official bonfire set up at the north end near the community center. I could see the orange glow from where I stood, hear the high school choir singing carols while families gathered around to roast marshmallows. The fire department had 2 guys stationed there in reflective vests, keeping watch to make sure nobody got hurt. Everything ran like clockwork in Ashford, predictable and safe, which was exactly what I'd been craving after the mess of my marriage. Around 8 that evening, the cold started seeping through my jacket, making my fingers ache even inside my gloves. I decided to cut through the alley behind the pharmacy to run upstairs and grab my heavier coat. That's when I noticed the smoke. Thick, dark smoke rising into the night sky from somewhere past the south end of Main Street, near the old Hutchinson barn that had been abandoned since I was a kid. My brain immediately jumped to teenagers starting their own fire, probably trying to drink beer and feel rebellious away from their parents. But something about the smoke bothered me. It was too much, too dark, and coming from the wrong direction entirely if you were trying to stay hidden from the festival crowds. I should have just grabbed my coat and gone back to my post. I should have assumed it was nothing, maybe some debris burning in a barrel or a controlled burn someone forgot to mention. But curiosity has always been my worst quality, the thing that made me check my ex's phone in the first place and find all those messages that ended my marriage. So instead of being smart, I walked toward the smoke. The alley behind Main Street was mostly empty, just a few people cutting through to get to the parking lot faster. I passed the back entrance to the hardware store and the dumpsters behind the diner, my boots crunching on gravel and bits of ice. The temperature felt even colder away from the crowds, away from the body heat and the lights. As I got closer to the Hutchinson property, the smell hit me first. Not wood smoke like you'd expect from a campfire, but something chemical and sharp that made my throat tighten. The barn sat about 50 yards off Main Street, surrounded by a chain-link fence that had more holes than actual fence at this point. Kids had been sneaking in there for years to drink and fool around, leaving behind beer cans and cigarette butts. I'd done it myself back in high school, making out with Tommy Brennan on a dare while our friends kept watch outside. The smoke was definitely coming from behind the barn, rising in thick plumes that looked almost black against the night sky. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, ducking through one of the gaps in the fence. My heart was pounding now. Not from fear exactly, but from that electric feeling you get when you know you're seeing something you're not supposed to see. The ground was uneven, full of frozen mud and dead weeds that grabbed at my ankles. I could hear the festival in the distance, all those voices singing and laughing, completely unaware that anything was wrong. When I rounded the corner of the barn, I saw the fire. It was bigger than I expected, burning in what looked like an old oil drum someone had dragged out there. The flames licked up into the darkness, casting flickering shadows across the weathered wood of the barn. And then I saw the person, a figure maybe 20 feet away from me, hunched over the drum and tossing something into the flames. They were wearing dark clothes, a heavy jacket with the hood pulled up, and they moved quickly, urgently, like they were racing against time. My breath caught in my chest. I stepped back instinctively, trying to stay in the shadows, but my boot hit a piece of metal and it made a loud clang that echoed across the empty lot. The figure's head snapped up. For a second, neither of us moved. I could see their face partially illuminated by the firelight, but the hood cast too many shadows for me to make out any real features. Then they dropped whatever they'd been holding and ran. Not toward me, thank God, but in the opposite direction, cutting through the far side of the property toward the woods that bordered the edge of town. They moved fast, stumbling once on the rough terrain but recovering quickly, and within seconds they disappeared into the tree line. My legs felt like they'd been filled with cement. Every instinct screamed at me to run back to the festival, to find a cop or a firefighter or literally anyone else to deal with this. But I couldn't stop staring at the oil drum, at the flames still crackling and spitting embers into the air. Whatever that person had been burning, there was still evidence left. I took a few shaky steps forward, holding my phone up to get a better look. The heat from the fire hit my face, making my eyes water. Inside the drum I could see fabric, dark pieces of what looked like clothing curling and blackening in the flames. A jacket sleeve, maybe part of a shirt, something that might have been denim. My stomach turned. This wasn't teenagers burning trash or getting rid of old furniture. This was deliberate, secretive, wrong. I didn't touch anything. Every crime show I'd ever watched screamed at me not to contaminate a scene, assuming this even was a scene, and not just my paranoid brain making connections that didn't exist. But I took photos, lots of them. The oil drum, the flames, the partially burned clothing, the footprints in the mud leading toward the woods. My hands were shaking so badly that half the pictures came out blurry, but I kept snapping anyway, documenting everything I could see. Then I heard voices. Not from the festival, but closer, coming from near the fence. Two men talking in low tones, and one of them laughed at something the other said. Panic seized my chest. I didn't know if they were connected to whoever had been burning things, or if they were just festival goers taking a shortcut, but I wasn't about to stick around and find out. I turned and walked as quickly as I could back toward the gap in the fence, trying not to run and draw attention to myself. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack one. When I made it back to the alley behind Main Street, the sounds of the festival washed over me like a wave. Christmas music, children laughing, someone announcing the winners of the gingerbread house contest over a loudspeaker. Everything normal and cheerful and completely oblivious to what I'd just seen 50 yards away. I found Officer Daniels near the hot chocolate stand, talking to someone's grandmother about parking violations. He'd been on the Ashford police force for as long as I could remember, one of those guys who seemed born to wear a uniform and hand out stern warnings to teenagers. When I approached him, my voice came out higher than I intended, breathless and shaky. I told him everything: the smoke, the figure, the burning clothes, the way they'd run into the woods. He listened with his arms crossed, his expression shifting from polite interest to something more serious as I pulled up the photos on my phone. The images looked even worse on the small screen, the flames bright and angry, those charred pieces of fabric clearly visible. Daniels told me to stay put and radioed for backup, his voice calm but clipped in that way cops have when they're trying not to alarm civilians. Within 10 minutes, 2 more officers arrived, and they headed toward the Hutchinson property with flashlights and radios crackling. Daniels asked me to come down to the station after the festival ended to give a formal statement. I nodded, still feeling like my chest was filled with ice water. Amanda found me 20 minutes later asking why I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I couldn't even begin to explain. The festival wound down around 11, families packing up their kids and heading home to wait for Santa. I drove to the police station in my beat-up sedan, the Christmas lights on Main Street feeling surreal and almost mocking now. The station was a small brick building that smelled like burnt coffee and industrial cleaner. I sat in a hard plastic chair and gave my statement to Daniels and another officer, a younger woman named Hayes, who took notes on a laptop. They asked me to describe the figure I'd seen in as much detail as possible. Height, build, clothing, anything distinctive, but I had almost nothing useful to give them. Average height, maybe. The hood had obscured everything. They moved quickly, but not like an athlete, just someone desperate. Hayes asked if I'd noticed any cars parked nearby, any sounds other than the fire. I hadn't. I'd been too focused on not getting caught myself. When they finished with me, Daniels walked me to the door and told me they'd secured the scene and would investigate thoroughly in the morning. His tone was professional, but I could see something in his eyes, a tightness around his mouth that told me he was taking this seriously. I drove home and didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those flames and that hooded figure disappearing into the darkness. The news broke before I even woke up on Christmas morning, though calling what I did sleeping would be generous. My phone started buzzing around 7 with texts from Amanda, from people I hadn't talked to in months, all asking the same thing. "Did you hear about Stephanie Carr?" I sat up in bed, my whole body aching from tension, and opened the group chat where half the town seemed to be losing their minds. Stephanie Carr, 41 years old, lived on Oakmont Avenue with her husband and their teenage son. She'd been at the festival the night before, working one of the craft booths selling handmade candles. Her husband reported her missing around 6 in the morning when he woke up and realized she'd never come home. Her car was still parked on Main Street where she'd left it. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Nobody had seen her since around 8 the previous evening, right around the time I'd been standing behind that barn watching someone burn clothes. My mouth went dry. I called Daniels immediately, my fingers fumbling with the phone. He picked up on the second ring and his voice sounded exhausted. He told me they were already looking into possible connections, that I needed to come back to the station as soon as possible. The police station was completely different from the night before. Now it was full of people, officers moving quickly between rooms, phones ringing constantly, someone setting up a command board with photos and timelines. Hayes met me at the entrance and brought me to a small interview room that smelled like stale air and anxiety. Daniels came in a few minutes later with a folder under his arm and dark circles under his eyes that told me he hadn't slept either. He laid out photos on the table between us. Crime scene photos from the Hutchinson property, taken in daylight. The oil drum, now cold and empty except for ash. And there, among the debris, clearly visible in the harsh light of the camera flash, were the remnants of clothing. A burnt piece of fabric with a distinctive pattern, blue and white checks. Daniels pulled out another photo, this one from Stephanie's husband. Showed Stephanie at the festival the night before, smiling at the camera, wearing a blue and white checkered flannel shirt, the same pattern. My vision swam for a second. Daniels asked me to look at the photos I'd taken the night before again, to see if I noticed anything else now that I knew what we were looking for. I scrolled through them slowly, my stomach churning. In one of the shots, partially obscured by smoke, you could see something else in the flames. What looked like the strap of a purse, the corner of a leather bag. Stephanie's booth had been selling candles in handmade bags. The investigation moved fast after that. Daniels brought in state police because Ashford didn't have the resources for something this serious. And suddenly, our tiny town was crawling with detectives and forensic teams. They combed through the Hutchinson property for 2 full days, collecting ash samples and photographing every footprint they could find. The story spread like wildfire. Excuse the expression. Everyone had a theory. Some people thought Stephanie had run off with another man and staged her own disappearance. Others whispered about her husband, about how he'd seemed too calm when he reported her missing. How marriages always look perfect from the outside until they don't. I knew better. I'd seen someone actively destroying evidence. Someone who'd chosen that exact night because they knew the whole town would be distracted by Christmas carols and hot chocolate. The festival had provided perfect cover, hundreds of people moving around, cars parked everywhere. Everyone focused on anything except what was happening 50 yards away in the darkness. On the 3rd day after Christmas, they found her. A hiker's dog picked up a scent in the woods about 2 miles from the Hutchinson barn, leading them to a shallow grave covered with branches and frozen leaves. Stephanie Carr had been strangled. The medical examiner estimated time of death around 8:30 on the night of the festival, maybe an hour after she was last seen. My photos, as blurry and amateur as they were, became crucial evidence in establishing a timeline. The arrest came 2 weeks later, and it wasn't who anyone expected. Brian Kimball, a 46-year-old contractor who'd done work on half the houses in Ashford, including Stephanie's. Turned out he'd been having an affair with her for 8 months, and when she tried to end it, threatened to tell her husband everything. She'd called it off that night at the festival, told him it was over for good. Security footage from the pharmacy caught him following her when she left her booth, walking toward the back of Main Street. The footprints at the scene matched his work boots. Fibers from his truck were found on her body. He'd killed her in a moment of rage, panicked, and then tried to destroy any evidence that might connect them by burning her belongings during the festival when he thought nobody would notice an extra fire. But he hadn't counted on someone like me. Someone bored and curious enough to investigate smoke coming from the wrong direction. During the trial, the prosecutor used my testimony and my photos extensively. I had to sit on that stand and describe everything I'd seen, everything I'd felt in that moment when I realized I was watching someone cover up a murder. The defense tried to argue that I couldn't identify their client, that the figure could have been anyone. They were right about that part. I never saw his face, but the physical evidence, combined with the timeline my photos established, was enough. Brian Kimball was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. I still live in Ashford, still in that apartment above the pharmacy. The festival happens every year, same decorations, same carolers, same hot chocolate stand. But I don't volunteer anymore. I can't walk past the Hutchinson property without feeling sick, even though they tore down the barn last spring and turned it into a community garden. Sometimes people recognize me around town, the woman who saw something and actually did something about it, and they treat me like some kind of hero. But I don't feel heroic. I feel like I accidentally stumbled into someone else's nightmare and barely escaped with my sanity intact. Stephanie's son graduated high school last year. I saw the announcement in the local paper, saw his mother's name listed in memoriam. He'll grow up knowing his mom was murdered by someone she trusted, someone who pretended to care about her. That kind of betrayal doesn't just kill the victim, it kills something in everyone who loved them too. My sister still asks me to get out more, to stop isolating myself, but she doesn't understand that some things change you in ways you can't explain. I learned that evil doesn't look like a monster or announce itself with warning signs. Sometimes it looks like a contractor in a work jacket, someone your neighbors trust to fix their roof or remodel their kitchen, someone who can smile at you in the hardware store and then strangle a woman to death an hour later because she wouldn't do what he wanted. That's the part that haunts me most. Not what I saw that night, but how ordinary it all was. How easily it could have gone completely unnoticed if I'd just minded my own business and grabbed my coat like I planned. Termine. Carla had been planning our Christmas Eve gathering since early November. She wanted everything perfect for our first holiday season in the new house. A modest 3-bedroom we had closed on back in September, tucked away in a quiet suburb outside Charlotte, North Carolina. Our daughter Sophie had just turned 5, and our son Eli was 7, old enough to remember this Christmas for years to come. My parents made the drive down from Maryland, and Carla's sister Renee came with her husband and their twin toddlers. By 6 in the evening, the house was alive with warmth and noise, the smell of cinnamon candles mixing with roasted ham, string lights glowing along the staircase banister. A playlist of old Christmas classics hummed softly through the Bluetooth speaker in the kitchen. Watching everyone gathered in our living room, I felt a quiet pride settle in my chest. At 33, after years of renting cramped apartments and saving every spare dollar, I had finally built something real for my family. Our next-door neighbor was a man named Glenn Partridge. He lived alone in a tan brick house with overgrown hedges and a permanent collection of Amazon boxes stacked by his front door. I had spoken to him maybe 4 times since we moved in, and each conversation left me feeling slightly unsettled without being able to pinpoint exactly why. He was somewhere in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and deep-set eyes that always seemed to be looking past you rather than at you. He never smiled, never waved from his driveway, and once, when Sophie's soccer ball rolled onto his lawn, he stood at his window watching us retrieve it for a full minute before slowly pulling the blinds shut. Carla told me I was being paranoid, that some people were just private. I wanted to believe her. That Christmas Eve, around 7 in the evening, I noticed Glenn standing at the edge of his property, staring at our house as guests arrived. He was wearing a brown jacket despite the cold, and he just stood there, motionless, watching car after car pull into our driveway. I tried to push Glenn out of my mind as the evening went on. The kids were running between the living room and the hallway, chasing each other with foam swords Eli had gotten as an early gift. My father was telling his old army stories to Renee's husband, who nodded politely while nursing a glass of bourbon. Carla and her sister were in the kitchen, laughing about something from their childhood, and my mother was rocking one of the twins in the corner armchair. The volume inside the house was never excessive, just the natural hum of a family enjoying themselves. We kept the music low enough that we could talk without shouting. By 9 o'clock, the kids were getting tired, and we started winding things down. Sophie fell asleep on the couch, and Eli was fighting to keep his eyes open while watching a Christmas movie on the television. I stepped outside briefly to grab more firewood from the pile beside the garage, and that was when I saw Glenn again. He was standing on his front porch now, arms crossed, staring directly at me. I raised my hand in an awkward wave, but he did not respond. He just kept staring. Around 10, I got a notification on my phone from our front door camera. We had installed a Ring doorbell a few weeks after moving in, mostly because Carla wanted to see package deliveries. I opened the app and felt my chest tighten. The camera showed Glenn pacing back and forth on the sidewalk in front of our house, maybe 15 feet from our property line. His movements were erratic, jerky, like he was arguing with someone who was not there. I could see his lips moving rapidly, but the audio was hard to make out over the ambient noise. I turned up the volume on my phone and pressed it against my ear, trying to catch what he was saying. His voice came through in fragments, distorted but unmistakable. He kept repeating something about people disrespecting him, about how nobody takes him seriously, about how he was done being ignored. And then, as he turned slightly toward the streetlight, I saw it clearly. There was a handgun tucked into the waistband of his jeans, the black metal glinting under the pale yellow glow. I showed the video to Carla in the kitchen, keeping my voice low so the others would not hear. Her face went pale as she watched Glenn pace and mutter, and when I pointed out the gun, she grabbed my arm hard enough to leave a mark. We debated calling the police right then, but part of me hesitated. Glenn had not actually done anything illegal yet. He was on a public sidewalk, and North Carolina is an open carry state. I kept telling myself that maybe he was just having a bad night. Maybe he would go back inside and sleep it off. But then another notification came through, and when I checked the camera again, Glenn was standing completely still now, facing our front door. His hands were at his sides, and he was no longer talking to himself. He was just staring at the house with an intensity that made my mouth go dry. My father noticed something was wrong and came over, asking if everything was all right. I did not know how to explain it, so I just handed him my phone and let him watch for himself. His expression hardened immediately. He had seen combat in Vietnam, and I think he recognized danger in a way that I, in my comfortable suburban life, had never learned to. My father told me to stay inside and keep everyone calm while he went to talk to Glenn. I tried to stop him, tried to tell him about the gun, but he waved me off with the confidence of a man who had faced worse. I watched through the living room window as my father walked down the driveway, his posture relaxed but deliberate. Glenn saw him coming and did not move. They stood about 10 feet apart, and I could see my father talking, his hands open and visible in a gesture of peace. For a moment, I thought it might actually work. Glenn seemed to be listening, his head tilted slightly to one side. Then, without any warning at all, everything changed. Glenn reached down to his waistband and pulled out the handgun, holding it at his side but not quite pointing it at my father. He said something I could not hear from inside the house, but I saw my father's body stiffen. I was already moving toward the front door when Glenn raised his voice loud enough for the whole street to hear. He was screaming now, demanding that we end the party immediately, saying the noise was a direct attack on him, that we had been plotting against him for months. I yanked the front door open and stepped onto the porch, my heart hammering against my ribs. Glenn swung his attention toward me, and for the first time I saw his eyes up close in the dim light. They were wide, almost feverish, and there was a disconnect in them that I had never noticed before. It was like he was looking at me, but also looking at something else entirely, something that existed only in his mind. My father had not moved, had not flinched, and I tried to match his composure even though every instinct in my body was telling me to run. Glenn pointed at me with his free hand, the gun still gripped tightly in the other. He said I knew what I had done, that everyone on the street knew, that we had been sending him signals through the noise, through the cars, through the lights. He said he had documented everything, that he had recordings, that the police were in on it too, but he was going to prove it all. His words tumbled out in a rapid, disjointed stream, jumping from accusation to accusation without any coherent thread. I realized then that Glenn was not just angry. There was something deeply broken inside him. Carla had already called 911 from inside the house. I could hear her voice through the open door, high and strained, giving our address and describing the situation. My father slowly raised both hands, palms out, and took a small step backward. He spoke to Glenn in a low, steady voice, telling him that we did not want any trouble, that we were just having a family dinner, that nobody was plotting anything. Glenn shook his head violently, his lips curling back in a grimace. He said that was exactly what we would say, that we had rehearsed it, that he was not stupid. The gun in his hand twitched, and I felt my legs turn to rubber. My children were inside that house. My mother, Carla, everyone I loved was just a few feet away, separated from this man by nothing but a wooden door and a few walls. I thought about what a bullet could do, how easily it could tear through drywall and insulation, how quickly everything could end. The Christmas lights on our staircase suddenly seemed absurd, mocking, a reminder of how naive I had been to think this night would be perfect. The sirens came before Glenn could make his next move. I heard them in the distance first, a faint wail that grew louder with each passing second. Glenn heard them too, and something shifted in his expression. The feverish intensity in his eyes flickered, replaced by a flash of confusion, and then something that almost looked like fear. He glanced toward the end of the street, then back at us, then at the gun in his hand as if he had forgotten he was holding it. My father used that moment of hesitation to take another step back, putting more distance between himself and Glenn. I stayed perfectly still on the porch, afraid that any sudden movement might snap Glenn back into whatever dark place his mind had been occupying. The police cruiser appeared at the corner, its red and blue lights painting the houses in alternating colors. A second cruiser followed close behind. Glenn lowered the gun to his side but did not drop it, and I could see his jaw working, his teeth grinding together as he processed what was happening. Part of me expected him to run, or worse, to start shooting. Instead, he just stood there, frozen, like a man waking up from a nightmare and realizing he was still inside it. The officers approached with their weapons drawn, shouting commands that echoed through the quiet neighborhood. Glenn dropped the gun onto the sidewalk, and for a moment he looked almost relieved, like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. They cuffed him quickly and efficiently, and as they led him toward the cruiser, he turned his head and looked directly at me. There was no anger in his expression anymore, no accusation, just a hollow emptiness that made me feel something I did not expect to feel in that moment. Pity. One of the officers came to speak with us while his partner secured Glenn in the back seat. He was a younger guy, maybe late 20s, with a calm demeanor that suggested he had handled situations like this before. He asked if anyone was hurt, if we had the doorbell footage, if we wanted to press charges. I told him we had everything recorded and that we absolutely wanted to pursue this as far as the law would allow. He nodded and said something that stuck with me long after that night. He said Glenn had called 911 3 times that month, accusing various neighbors of plotting against him, monitoring his movements, sending coded messages through their landscaping choices. The department had flagged him as a person of concern, but without an overt threat, their hands had been tied. We went back inside after the police left, and I remember the strange silence that had settled over the house. The Christmas music was still playing softly from the kitchen speaker, but nobody was listening anymore. My mother was holding Sophie in her arms, the little girl still half asleep and unaware of what had just happened outside. Eli was sitting on the couch with wide eyes, and I knew he had seen more than I wanted him to. Renee's husband was pouring himself another bourbon with hands that were not quite steady, and Carla was standing by the window, staring at the empty spot on the sidewalk where Glenn had been standing just minutes before. Nobody knew what to say. The ham was getting cold on the counter, and the fire in the hearth had burned down to embers. I walked over to Carla and put my arm around her, and she leaned into me without saying a word. My father came inside last, closing the door behind him and locking the deadbolt with a heavy click. He looked at me and gave a small nod, the kind of silent acknowledgement that passed between men who had just survived something together. Glenn was charged with aggravated assault and menacing, and he was held without bail pending a psychiatric evaluation. We learned later that he had been diagnosed with severe paranoid schizophrenia years ago, but had stopped taking his medication sometime in the fall. His family, what little he had left, lived out of state and had lost contact with him after he pushed them away with accusations similar to the ones he had thrown at us. The house next door sat empty for months after that night, its overgrown hedges growing even wilder, its Amazon boxes eventually cleared away by a property management company. We put up a fence the following spring, a tall wooden barrier that blocked our view of his property entirely. It was not really about security anymore. It was about not having to look at that tan brick house every time I stepped outside. Sophie and Eli do not remember much about that Christmas Eve, and I am grateful for that. But sometimes when I check the Ring camera at night before going to bed, I still feel a flicker of that old fear. I scroll through the footage quickly, just to make sure there is no one standing on the sidewalk, staring at our door. So far, there never is. But I check anyway, every single night, because I learned something that Christmas about how quickly the world can turn dangerous, and I am never going to forget it. My daughter Molly had begged me to leave the Christmas lights on overnight. She was spending Christmas Eve at her father's place this year, part of the custody arrangement we had worked out after the divorce. But she made me promise on the phone that I would keep the tree glowing until morning. "It looks magical from outside, Mom," she had said, and even though she would not be there to see it, I left them on anyway. I had moved into this small craftsman home in Tacoma, Washington, 8 months earlier, right after everything was finalized. The house had a stone fireplace that the realtor described as a rare find, and I had filled the mantel with stockings and garland because decorating for one felt less pathetic if I really committed to it. That Christmas morning, I woke before my alarm, somewhere around 5, to a sound I could not immediately place. It was a scraping noise, rhythmic and metallic, coming from somewhere on the first floor. I lay there in the darkness of my bedroom, holding my breath, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. The sound came again, and this time there was no mistaking it. My neighbor Gwen had been complaining about raccoons for weeks. They had gotten into her attic and caused all sorts of damage before animal control finally dealt with them. I assumed one had found its way into my chimney, maybe attracted by the residual warmth from the fire I'd let die out the night before. I grabbed my robe from the hook on the back of the door and slipped on my worn house slippers, not bothering with lights as I padded down the narrow hallway toward the living room. The Christmas tree cast soft colored shadows across the walls, and beneath it sat the pile of wrapped presents I had prepared for Molly's visit later that afternoon. My laptop was on the coffee table, along with the small jewelry box my mother had given me years ago. I had been sorting through old pieces the night before, trying to decide what to pass down to Molly when she got older. The scraping grew louder as I approached the fireplace, a grinding metallic sound that seemed to echo inside the flue. I knelt down on the cold hearth, leaning forward to peer up into the darkness, expecting to see the panicked eyes of a trapped animal staring back at me. What I saw instead was a black boot, a single black boot, scuffed and dirty, dangling about 2 feet above the iron grate. It was attached to a leg wrapped in red fabric, cheap shiny polyester that caught the faint glow from the Christmas tree lights. For a moment, my brain simply refused to process what I was looking at. I remember thinking, in this absurd flash of confusion, that maybe I was still dreaming. Maybe I had not actually gotten out of bed, and this was one of those hyper-realistic nightmares that feel so vivid you can smell things. But I could smell something. Cigarette smoke, stale and clinging to whatever was coming down my chimney. The boot shifted and I heard a grunt from somewhere above it, a distinctly human sound of effort. A man was inside my chimney. A man dressed in what looked like a Santa Claus costume was trying to lower himself into my living room at 5 in the morning on Christmas Day. I scrambled backwards so fast that I knocked into the coffee table, sending my mother's jewelry box clattering to the floor. The noise must have startled him because the movement stopped. I could hear breathing now, heavy, labored breathing echoing down the flue. I was on my hands and knees on the living room floor, staring at that single boot suspended in the darkness of my fireplace, and I could not make myself move. My phone was upstairs on my nightstand. The landline I never used was in the kitchen. Every logical thought seemed to crash into a wall of pure, paralyzing disbelief. Then the boot moved again, dropping another few inches, and I saw more of the leg emerge. The red velvet pants with white fur trim at the cuff, the kind you see on those cheap Santa costumes at party stores. A second boot appeared beside the first one. He was coming down. He was actually coming down into my house, and I was just kneeling there on my floor watching it happen like I had lost the ability to function. Something in me finally snapped into gear. Some primal survival instinct that had been dormant my entire comfortable suburban life. And I pushed myself up off the ground and ran for the kitchen. I grabbed the largest knife from the block on the counter, a chef's knife I had gotten as a wedding gift years ago, and barely used for anything more dangerous than chopping onions. The landline phone was mounted on the wall beside the refrigerator, one of those old cordless models that came with the house. I snatched it from the cradle and dialed 911 with fingers that felt numb and clumsy, pressing myself into the corner between the counter and the wall where I could see the doorway to the living room. The operator answered on the second ring, and I remember my voice coming out in this strange whisper, like my body was afraid to make noise even though the rational part of my brain knew I should be screaming. "Someone is breaking into my house," I said. "He's coming down my chimney. He's dressed like Santa Claus." There was a pause on the other end, and I could almost feel the operator trying to decide if this was a prank call. I gave her my address, repeated it twice, and told her to please send someone immediately. She said units were being dispatched and asked me to stay on the line. From where I stood in the kitchen, I could not see the fireplace directly, but I could see the glow of the Christmas lights reflecting off the hallway walls. I heard a thud, the sound of someone landing on the iron grate, followed by a grunt and the scraping of boots on metal. He was inside. Stranger in a Santa costume was now standing in my living room, 5 in the morning, while I hid in my kitchen holding a knife and a phone. I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the hardwood floor. Then the sound of rustling, like someone picking through the presents under the tree. The operator was saying something in my ear, asking if I was still there, asking if I could see the intruder, but I could barely process her words. I was focused entirely on those sounds, the footsteps, the rustling, the occasional clink of something being moved. He was going through my things. He was standing in the room where my daughter would open her gifts in a few hours, touching her presents with his hands, and I was hiding in the kitchen like a terrified child. Part of me wanted to charge in there with the knife, but a larger part understood that confronting him could get me killed. The footsteps stopped. For a long, terrible moment, there was complete silence. I pressed myself harder against the wall, gripping the knife so tight that the handle dug into my palm. Then I heard him move again, and this time the footsteps were coming toward the kitchen. I could see his shadow stretching across the hallway floor before I saw him. This distorted silhouette with the unmistakable outline of a Santa hat. He appeared in the doorway, and for the first time I got a clear look at him. He was maybe 50 years old, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes that seemed to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. The Santa suit hung loose on his thin frame, the white trim yellowed and matted. The red fabric faded to something closer to rust. He had a pillowcase in one hand, already bulging with whatever he had grabbed from my living room. He saw me in the same instant I saw him, and we both went still. His eyes dropped to the knife in my hand, then back up to my face. He did not look surprised or afraid. He looked annoyed, like I was an inconvenience he had not planned for. "Put that down," he said. His voice was flat, almost bored, with a slight rasp that matched the cigarette smell I had noticed earlier. "I'm just here for the stuff. Stay out of my way and nothing happens to you." I did not put the knife down. I could not have even if I wanted to. My fingers seemed locked around the handle. The 911 operator was still on the line, and I prayed she could hear everything, that the police were already close. He took a step into the kitchen, and I raised the knife higher, my arm trembling visibly. "I already called the cops," I managed to say, and my voice sounded strange in my own ears, higher and thinner than normal. He paused, tilting his head slightly like he was listening for sirens. In that silence, I heard it too. The distant wail of a police siren cutting through the pre-dawn quiet. His expression shifted then, the annoyance giving way to something colder, more calculating. He glanced toward the back door, then at me, then at the door again, clearly weighing his options. He moved fast. 1 second he was standing in the doorway calculating, and the next he had crossed the kitchen in 3 long strides and was yanking open my back door. The cold December air rushed in, carrying the smell of frost and pine. I stayed exactly where I was, still holding that knife, still pressed against the wall, as he disappeared into my backyard. I heard his boots crunching through the thin layer of snow that had fallen the night before, heard the wooden fence groan as he climbed over it, and then nothing. Just the sirens getting closer and the sound of my own ragged breathing filling the kitchen. The operator was asking if I was okay, if he was gone, if I was injured. I told her he had run out the back, gave her a description. Older white male, thin build, Santa costume, heading east through the neighbor's yard. My legs gave out somewhere in the middle of that sentence, and I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the cold tile floor, the knife still clutched in my hand like some kind of lifeline. The police arrived maybe 2 minutes later, though it felt like an hour. 2 patrol cars pulled up in front of my house, their lights painting the snow red and blue. I managed to get up and unlock the front door for them, and then everything became a blur of uniforms and questions and flashlight beams sweeping through my home. They found the pillowcase he had dropped in the backyard. Inside were my laptop, my mother's jewelry box, 2 of the wrapped presents from under the tree, and a silver picture frame that had been sitting on my mantel. One of the officers, a woman named Ruiz with kind eyes and a calm voice, sat with me at the kitchen table while her partner checked the rest of the house. She asked me to walk her through everything from the beginning, and I did, though my account came out fragmented and scattered. "The chimney," I kept saying. "He came down the chimney like it was nothing." She nodded and wrote in her notepad, her expression professionally neutral, but I could see something in her eyes that told me this was not the first time she had heard something like this. They caught him 4 blocks away, still wearing the Santa suit. Officer Ruiz came back later that morning to tell me, after the sun had come up and my house no longer felt like a crime scene. His name was Vincent Holt, 52 years old, with a record that included multiple burglary convictions dating back to the late 90s. What she told me next made me feel sick in a way I had not expected. He had been doing this for at least 3 weeks, entering homes through chimneys on Christmas morning, dressed in that ridiculous costume as a form of camouflage. If any neighbor happened to glance out their window at dawn and saw a figure in red and white on a rooftop, they would assume it was a decoration, or maybe dismiss it as their eyes playing tricks in the early light. He had specifically targeted homes where he had observed single women living alone, watching houses for days beforehand to learn routines and identify easy marks. Ruiz said they had connected him to at least 4 other break-ins across the Tacoma area, though they suspected there were more victims who had not reported anything because they had slept through the whole thing. I was the first one who had been awake, the first one who had seen him coming down. Molly came over that afternoon and I did not tell her what had happened. I cleaned up the soot he had tracked across the floor, put the presents back under the tree, and watched her tear into the wrapping paper with the kind of joy only a child can have on Christmas morning. My ex-husband picked up on something when he dropped her off. He asked if I was feeling okay, said I looked pale, but I just told him I had not slept well. It took me 3 days to stop flinching at every small noise in the house. I had a locksmith come out and install a chimney cap with a heavy-duty lock, the kind that bolts directly into the masonry. I also bought a security system, the type with cameras and sensors on every door and window, and I have not slept through a full night since that morning. Sometimes I still think about his face in the kitchen doorway, that look of mild annoyance, like I was just an obstacle between him and what he wanted. I think about how easily he said, "Nothing happens to you," while his eyes told a completely different story. And every Christmas Eve now, no matter how cold it gets outside, I leave my fireplace damper sealed shut and double-check the locks before I go to bed. Molly still asks me to leave the tree lights on overnight, and I still do it for her. But I sit in the living room until dawn, watching the glow reflect off the walls, listening for sounds that do not belong. Anyone who lives in a small town knows that certain rhythms become part of your life, whether you want them to or not. When I moved to Barrington Falls 5 years after my divorce finalized, I thought the predictability would drive me insane within a month. Instead, I found myself noticing things, small things, like how old Beverly Hutchins across the street always had her Christmas lights programmed to shut off at exactly midnight, every single night from Thanksgiving through New Year's. She was meticulous about it in a way that seemed almost obsessive, but that was Beverly. Retired schoolteacher, widow for 12 years, the kind of woman who still wore pantyhose to the grocery store and kept her lawn edged like she was expecting a magazine photographer. We weren't close, but we were neighborly. She'd wave from her porch when I got home from the warehouse around 6. I'd help carry her groceries when I saw her struggling with bags. That's how it works in places like this. Christmas Eve 2024 was unseasonably warm for Massachusetts. One of those weird winter nights where you could almost smell the ground thawing. I'd spent the evening at my sister's place in the next town over, eating too much ham and making awkward small talk with her husband's family. Got home around 11:30, tired and ready to collapse. I remember parking in my driveway and seeing Beverly's house across the street, absolutely covered in those old-fashioned multicolored bulbs. She had them strung along every eave, wrapped around the porch columns outlining her windows. It looked like something from a 1950s postcard. The lights were still on, but that made sense since midnight hadn't hit yet. I went inside, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed with my phone scrolling through nothing important. At some point I must have dozed off because when I jerked awake, my neck was stiff and my phone had slipped onto the floor. I reached for it and checked the time. 3:14 in the morning. The house was dark except for the streetlight filtering through my bedroom curtains, and that's when I noticed something that made me sit up fully. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see Beverly's house. Every single Christmas light was still blazing. At first I thought maybe she'd fallen asleep and forgotten to set the timer, but Beverly didn't forget things like that. She was the type who had backups for her backups. I laid there for maybe 10 minutes trying to convince myself it was nothing, that she'd probably just decided to leave them on for Christmas morning or something. But the longer I stared at those lights twinkling through my window, the more wrong it felt. Not supernatural wrong, just wrong in that gut-level way when you know something's off with a person's routine. I finally got up, pulled on jeans and the same sweater I'd worn earlier, and walked outside. The street was completely dead. No cars, no sounds except for a dog barking somewhere 3 blocks over. When I crossed the street and got closer to Beverly's house, that's when I heard it. Music. Christmas music, but cranked up so loud it was spilling out into the yard. Some choir singing about silent nights, except there was nothing silent about it. The volume was almost aggressive, like someone had turned every dial to maximum and walked away. I stood on her walkway for a second, trying to figure out what to do. The porch light was on, same as always, and through the big front window I could see her living room. The Christmas tree in the corner was lit up, those old bubble lights she probably bought in the 70s. Everything looked normal except for the music. I walked up the 3 steps to her porch, and that's when I saw it. The front door wasn't closed all the way. It was open maybe 2 inches, just enough that the jam wasn't catching, and when I got close I could feel warm air leaking out into the night. My first thought was that she'd been robbed, that someone had broken in and hurt her. My second thought was that I should call the cops and not go inside, but you know how it is when you're standing there in the moment. I called out her name instead. Beverly? Miss Hutchins? Nothing except that choir blasting away about peace on earth. I pushed the door open a little wider, enough to stick my head in, and called again. The house smelled like pine needles and something else, something sweet. Cinnamon maybe, or nutmeg. The hallway was empty, the music coming from somewhere deeper inside. I stepped all the way in, leaving the door open behind me in case I needed to run. The music was coming from the kitchen, I could tell now. One of those old CD players, probably, stuck on repeat. I moved through the hallway slowly, past the stairs and the living room entrance, and when I turned the corner into the kitchen, I stopped dead. The table was set for breakfast. Not just set, but arranged like she was expecting company. 2 plates, 2 coffee mugs, 2 cloth napkins folded into triangles. There was a plate of cinnamon rolls in the center, the kind from the bakery on Lexington Avenue, still in their cardboard container. One of the mugs had coffee in it, and when I touched the ceramic it was barely warm, like someone had poured it maybe 30 minutes ago and then just left. The other mug was empty and clean. On the counter, the coffee maker was still on, the pot half full, the burner light glowing red. I turned it off without thinking, some automatic response to seeing something left running. That's when I noticed the CD player on top of the refrigerator, one of those old boombox things from the 90s. The same 3 songs were cycling over and over, and the volume knob was turned all the way to the right. I reached up and turned it off, and the silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I could hear the refrigerator humming, the clock on the wall ticking, my own breathing. I called out again, louder this time. Beverly, are you here? It's me from across the street. My voice sounded strange in the quiet house, too loud and too thin at the same time. I walked through the downstairs, checking the living room, the dining room, the little bathroom under the stairs. Nothing. No signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture, no broken windows. Everything was neat and in its place, except Beverly was gone and her door had been open, and her coffee was getting cold on the kitchen table. I went upstairs, my heart hammering now, half expecting to find her collapsed in the bathroom or worse. But the bedroom was empty. The bed made with military precision. The bathroom was spotless. I even checked the closets, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. By the time I got back downstairs, I knew I needed to call someone. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. And when the dispatcher answered, I tried to explain the situation without sounding insane. My neighbor's door is open and she's not home and something feels really wrong. The woman on the other end was calm, asking me questions in that practiced way they do. Had I been inside? Yes. Had I seen any signs of forced entry? No. Was the neighbor elderly? Yes, 79. Could she have gone to stay with family? Maybe. But her car was still in the driveway. I checked through the kitchen window that looked out to the detached garage, and her old Buick was sitting right there behind the glass door. The dispatcher told me to wait outside and that officers were on their way. I went back out to the porch and stood there under those blazing Christmas lights, watching the empty street and trying to make sense of what I'd seen. That breakfast table kept replaying in my mind. 2 plates. Why 2 plates? The police showed up maybe 15 minutes later. 2 cruisers rolling down the street with their lights off so they wouldn't wake the whole neighborhood. 4 officers total, and I recognized one of them from the hardware store. A guy named Jeff something who always bought the same brand of work gloves. I explained everything again while they walked through the house with flashlights, even though all the lights were on. They were in there for maybe 20 minutes, and when they came out, the older one, a sergeant with gray hair and a thick mustache, asked me when I'd last seen Beverly. I told him yesterday afternoon, around 4, when she was bringing in groceries. He wrote that down in a little notebook. Then he asked if I knew anything about her having visitors lately, or if she'd mentioned going anywhere. I said no, that we didn't talk much beyond hello and small talk about the weather. That's when the younger officer, a woman with her hair pulled back tight, mentioned something that made my chest tighten. She said a couple of neighbors had reported seeing Beverly arguing with someone in her driveway 2 days ago, on December 23rd. A man. They didn't know who. The sergeant asked me to stick around in case they had more questions, so I sat on my porch across the street while they made calls and took photos, and did whatever else police do at a potential crime scene. More cars showed up as the sun started rising, unmarked ones this time. Detectives, I assumed. By 7 in the morning, half the street was awake and standing in their yards in bathrobes trying to figure out what was happening. I saw Janet Carmichael from 3 houses down talking to one of the officers, pointing at Beverly's house and gesturing with her hands. The officer was writing everything down. Around 8, one of the detectives, a tired-looking guy in his 50s wearing a wrinkled dress shirt, came over and asked if he could talk to me inside my house. We sat at my kitchen table and he introduced himself as Detective Marsh. He asked the same questions the first officers had, but more detailed this time. Did Beverly have family? I didn't know. Did she seem depressed or confused lately? Not that I noticed. Had I ever seen anyone visiting her regularly? Just the lawn guy in summer and someone who looked like a nephew maybe once or twice. Then Marsh asked me about the man in the driveway. I told him I hadn't seen anything, that I worked until 6 most days and must have missed it. He nodded and flipped through his notebook, and that's when he told me something that made everything click into a horrible kind of sense. The man Beverly had been arguing with was identified by 3 separate neighbors. His name was Colin Pritchard, and he was basically Barrington Falls royalty. Owned the largest construction company in the county, donated to every charity event, coached Little League for 15 years, the kind of guy who everyone called a pillar of the community. He and Beverly had some kind of dispute over a property line issue going back 6 months. His company was building a new subdivision on the land behind Beverly's house, and she'd been fighting the zoning permits, claiming the construction was encroaching on her lot and destroying the old oak trees she'd planted with her husband decades ago. Marsh said the argument 2 days ago had gotten heated enough that someone almost called the cops, but Beverly had waved them off and gone back inside. Pritchard had driven away angry, according to witnesses. I sat there processing this while Marsh watched me carefully. He asked if I'd ever had any interactions with Pritchard, and I said no, that I'd seen him around town but never spoke to him. Marsh thanked me and left, and I spent the rest of Christmas Day watching police cars come and go from my window. They brought in search dogs around noon. I watched them work through Beverly's yard and the wooded area behind her property, their handlers walking them in careful grids. The dogs hit on something near the tree line, and suddenly there were more officers back there, marking off areas with yellow tape. My phone rang around 3 in the afternoon. It was my sister asking if I was okay, saying she'd seen something on Facebook about a missing woman in Barrington Falls. I told her I was fine, and that I'd call her later. I couldn't stop thinking about those 2 plates on the table. Had Beverly been expecting Pritchard? Had he come back on Christmas Eve to talk things through, and something had gone wrong? The truth came out piece by piece over the next week, and it was worse than I'd imagined, but also exactly what you'd expect from a small town covering for one of their own until they couldn't anymore. The dogs had found Beverly's scarf in the woods, along with disturbed soil that led cadaver dogs to a shallow grave 30 yards into the tree line behind her property. They found her body on December 27th. The medical examiner determined she'd been killed by blunt force trauma to the head, likely in her own driveway before being dragged into the woods. Pritchard's story fell apart within 48 hours. Security footage from a neighbor's Ring camera showed his truck parked on the street at 11:30 on Christmas Eve. Phone records showed Beverly had called him that evening, probably trying one last time to resolve the property dispute before the holidays. Witnesses came forward saying they'd heard him at the bar on December 23rd, drunk and ranting about that old woman ruining everything and how he'd take care of it himself. He was arrested on December 29th at his office, surrounded by photos of him shaking hands with the mayor and cutting ribbons at charity events. The prosecutor said he'd likely panicked during another argument, hit her with something, maybe a piece of construction equipment from his truck, and then spent hours trying to cover it up. The breakfast table, they figured, was Beverly's attempt at peace. She'd probably invited him over Christmas morning to talk civilly, not knowing he'd already decided violence was easier than compromise. The trial happened in the fall of 2025, and I didn't go. I read about it in the paper like everyone else. Pritchard's defense tried to paint it as an accident, a tragic misunderstanding between neighbors that got out of hand. The jury didn't buy it. He got 25 years to life, and the judge made a point of saying that no amount of money or community standing puts someone above the law. The local paper ran editorials about how Barrington Falls needed to take a hard look at who it chose to trust and elevate. But you know how these things go. 6 months later, people were already talking about Pritchard's son taking over the construction company and how the family had been through enough. Someone started a fundraiser for his legal appeals. That's small towns for you. Forgiveness comes easier for some than others, especially when they've got the right last name and enough people who owe them favors. I still live across the street from Beverly's house. Her nephew sold it in the spring, and a young couple with 2 kids moved in by summer. They repainted it gray and took down all the old Christmas decorations, replaced them with those white icicle lights that look cold and modern. I haven't told them what happened there. They seem happy, and maybe that's enough. But every Christmas when I see lights on houses in the neighborhood, I think about Beverly and those multicolored bulbs blazing at 3 in the morning and that music looping endlessly in her empty kitchen. I think about how she'd spent all that time trying to save those oak trees her husband planted, trying to protect something that mattered to her, and how someone decided his convenience was worth more than her life. The property dispute got resolved after she died, of course. The construction company got their permits, the subdivision went up, and the oak trees came down. Drive past there now and you'd never know they existed. That's the part that gets me the most. She died over trees that don't even cast shadows anymore, killed by a man everyone thought was a good guy, right up until the moment they couldn't pretend anymore. I don't wave at neighbors as much as I used to. I keep my head down and my door locked, and I pay attention when someone's routine changes. Because that's the thing about small towns where everyone knows everyone. Sometimes the monsters are the ones cutting ribbons at charity events and coaching your kids, and nobody wants to see it until it's too late. Christmas morning carried that heavy, padded quiet you only get after a full night of snowfall, and my grandpa Leonard said it was the perfect time to check the back section of the property. At the time, I was 16, and trying hard to pretend I knew what I was doing with a rifle slung over my shoulder, even though he insisted I keep the safety on the whole way. Our family owned a stretch of forested land behind the old cabin, a place we mainly used for hunting and cutting firewood, and it always felt isolated in a peaceful, predictable way. That day, the cold had a strange density to it, the kind that clung to every breath and made even normal sounds feel distant. Leonard walked ahead with his slow, steady steps, humming some off-key Christmas hymn the same way he had since I was little. It was supposed to be just another simple walk, maybe an hour or 2 in the woods before heading back for lunch. Nothing about that morning gave me any hint that someone else had been on our land for a long time. close enough to watch us without being noticed. Snow dampened every footstep as we moved farther from the cabin, following an old, thin trail that only Leonard seemed able to recognize anymore. He kept pointing out fresh deer tracks, telling me to pay attention to how they curved and how the snow dipped beneath them, as if he were giving a lesson I'd remember for the rest of my life. I remember nodding along while trying to ignore the uncomfortable tug of wind sneaking through the seams of my jacket. About half a mile in, the trees thickened into a cluster of spruces so tall they felt like a wall, and Leonard slowed down. Something about the shape of the ground didn't match what he expected. A narrow indentation cut through the snow, not deep like an animal path, but straight and deliberate, with edges softened by fresh flakes. He crouched down and brushed the top layer aside, revealing compacted snow flattened by something heavier than a deer. I noticed a faint sour smell carried by the air, like damp fabric mixed with old smoke. Leonard didn't say anything at first, but the way he squinted told me he didn't like what he was seeing. We followed the strange path deeper into the spruces, moving slower now, the forest closing around us so tightly the sky disappeared above the branches. The trail widened, revealing footprints that had partially refrozen, uneven but unmistakably human, one set, leading farther in. A few yards ahead, something dark poked out behind a cluster of fallen branches. Leonard raised his hand for me to stop, then approached it carefully, using the tip of his boot to brush away loose twigs. What appeared beneath didn't look like anything I'd ever expect to find on our land. A curved sheet of tin, shaped into a half-shelter and buried under packed snow. Its sides were reinforced with logs and pieces of old fencing, all crudely tied together with knotted rope. Inside, through a narrow opening, I could see blankets piled high, a rusty kettle, and a blackened lantern hanging from a nail. The air creeping out from the gap was shockingly warm, carrying the smell of cooked meat and something earthy, almost metallic. It didn't register right away that this wasn't abandoned. Everything looked recently used, almost tended to. Before either of us could make sense of it, a crunch echoed from behind the shelter, like someone stepping on a thick layer of ice. Leonard's entire posture changed. He straightened slowly, eyes darting along the tree line as if he already knew what was coming. A shadow shifted between the spruces about 30 yards away, tall and rigid, too deliberate to be wildlife. I caught only a fraction of the figure, a dark coat, a hood lined with frost, and the briefest glint of something reflective near the person's hand. Whoever it was had been there long enough to realize we'd uncovered the hide. Leonard didn't raise his voice or panic. Instead, he leaned toward me and whispered, barely audible, telling me we needed to walk back the way we came without running. My chest tightened as I caught another glimpse of movement, this time closer, edging around the trees with slow, calculated steps. The person wasn't yelling or threatening us. They were just watching, following the line of the shelter as if gauging how much we'd seen. Leonard tapped my arm lightly, guiding me backward, and the weight of the forest suddenly felt different, thicker, like the woods themselves had started paying attention. Leonard kept his voice low as we moved, telling me to keep my eyes forward and not look back, even though every instinct in me wanted to pinpoint exactly where the stranger was. The forest seemed to absorb the small sounds we made, almost muting them, but every few steps I caught the faint crack of branches behind us, measured, patient, like the stranger wasn't trying to hide anymore. Leonard's hand hovered near my shoulder, steady but tense, guiding me along the narrow path we'd taken earlier. The cold seeped deeper into the air, mixing with the heavy scent that drifted from the hide, something like wet canvas and stale smoke. I kept imagining that whoever lived out here had watched us for weeks, maybe months, studying our routines from this hidden shelter. When we reached a bend where the trees thinned for a moment, Leonard subtly angled his head toward me as if to say, "Almost there." But the look in his eyes said he didn't believe it. A few minutes later, the path dipped downhill, and the snow grew uneven, dotted with chunks of ice that hadn't been there on our way in. Leonard slowed down again, scanning the tree line with quick, darting glances. The stranger was still out of view, but the woods carried a new kind of quiet. Sharp, expectant. I heard a sound off to our right, low and dragging, like something being pulled through the snow. Leonard shifted his stance as if shielding me without making it obvious, and nudged me forward with a gentle pressure. We stepped carefully over a fallen log, and that's when I spotted something half buried beside it, a strip of red fabric frozen stiff, attached to a zipper. It looked like part of a winter jacket, small, worn down, smeared with dirt as if it had been there a long time. Leonard didn't let me stop to examine it. He just murmured for me to keep moving, his voice tighter than before. The unease wrapped around us like a second layer of cold, and every distant creak in the forest started sounding like a warning. We reached a point where the trail split into two faint paths, one we came from, and another that veered left toward a cluster of younger trees. Leonard hesitated for a moment, glancing between them. That pause stretched longer than it should have, and I realized he was listening intently, trying to locate the stranger by sound alone. Then something soft hit the snow behind us, a light thud, followed by the rustle of branches settling. Leonard made his decision instantly. He guided me down the path to the left, one we'd never taken before, hoping it would lead us around and back toward the cabin from the opposite direction. The deeper we went, the more the terrain sloped, making it harder to stay balanced on the thick snow. I could sense Leonard calculating every turn, every noise, as if replaying years of walking this land in his head. Still, the steady pattern of footsteps kept tracing us, distant but deliberate, like the stranger didn't care about leaving tracks anymore. The farther we moved from the shelter, the more the forest pressed in, branches low enough to brush our shoulders and scrape against our sleeves. My breath grew uneven, forming brief clouds that drifted upward and vanished. Leonard finally whispered that he'd noticed something earlier, small changes around the cabin that he'd been dismissing as wildlife. Wood moved near the shed, scraps of food left in strange places, footprints that melted before he could check them properly. He hadn't wanted to worry anyone on Christmas, but now everything fit together too cleanly. The stranger hadn't stumbled onto our land. They'd settled in, hidden in plain sight, inches from where we lived. As we followed the slanted path, a sharp crack echoed from behind us, louder than any before. Leonard didn't say a word, but the way his jaw tightened told me he knew we were running out of time to stay unnoticed. The slope leveled out near a cluster of old birch trees where the snow thinned, exposing patches of brown, frozen earth. Leonard slowed our pace even more, scanning for any sign that we were near the main trail back to the cabin. The air felt heavier here, almost muffled, like the forest had tucked itself inward. Then he noticed something partially hidden under a sheet of ice near one of the tree roots, a metal tin, the kind people use to store matches or small supplies. He nudged it gently with his boot, and the lid shifted just enough for us to see what was inside. Folded scraps of newspaper lined with notes scribbled in pencil, most of them smeared and warped by moisture. One of the visible phrases mentioned a weathered cabin on the ridge, and another, barely legible, described movement near the east window. Leonard didn't let me read further. He pushed the tin back under the ice with a controlled motion, as if returning it to where it belonged, and whispered that we needed to get home as quietly as possible. We moved again, weaving between the birches, heading toward a ridge that would give us a view of the cabin if we could get high enough. The wind picked up in sudden bursts, carrying dry flakes that stung as they hit our faces. Leonard kept glancing upward, as if judging whether the stranger had climbed the ridge before us. I kept listening for footsteps, but the wind scrambled every sound, turning the forest into a swirl of shifting noises. Just as we reached the base of the ridge, something metallic clinked behind us, faint but unmistakable. Leonard tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack and motioned for us to climb fast, but quietly. We dug our boots into the snow, pushing upward while trying not to send loose chunks rolling downhill. Halfway up, I spotted a dark shape at the bottom of the slope, motionless, angled slightly as if watching the path we had just taken. Leonard whispered for me not to stop, and we kept climbing until the ridge finally opened into a flatter stretch of ground. From the top, the cabin was visible through a patch of thinner trees, its chimney releasing a thin ribbon of smoke. Seeing it should have made me feel safer, but the distance between us and it felt larger than ever, as if every inch of the forest between was waiting for the stranger's next move. Leonard crouched low, checking the tree line below for any sign of the figure. After a moment, he leaned closer and murmured that running the rest of the way might draw too much attention. But walking gave the stranger time to intercept us. Neither option felt right. The wind dipped for a moment, and in that brief silence we heard a new sound, a soft, steady tapping coming from behind a stand of pines farther down the ridge. Not loud, not hurried, just an eerie, rhythmic knock, like someone using a stick against a tree trunk. Leonard's jaw tightened again, and he motioned for us to move toward the right side of the ridge, where the trees were denser and the ground sloped gently enough to descend without sliding. We slipped into the thicker cover, branches brushing against our arms and coats, the smell of pine sharp in the cold air. Leonard whispered that the tapping was intentional, a way of alerting us or guiding us. Either idea made my chest tighten. We moved downhill in slow steps, trying to keep our silhouettes hidden among the trees. Every few yards, another faint knock echoed from a different direction, as if the stranger was circling, pushing us away from certain areas. By the time we reached the lower stretch of the hill, the sound had stopped entirely, replaced by the soft whisper of snow drifting from branches overhead. The cabin was only a short walk away now. Leonard turned to me, his expression calm but intensely focused, and told me that as soon as we reached the open field behind the shed, we would make a straight dash for the back door and lock everything behind us. Before he could say more, a dark figure stepped briefly into view between two distant rows of trees, just long enough for us to know the stranger wasn't finished with us yet. Leonard barely gave me time to process the sight before he tapped my arm and guided me forward, keeping our pace slow until we reached the edge of the trees. The snow in the open field looked untouched, smooth, pale, and almost too perfect. He paused for a breath, scanning the woods behind us as if trying to calculate how far the stranger might be. Then he leaned in close and murmured that once we stepped into the field, there'd be no cover and no room to hesitate. My pulse thudded in my ears, loud enough that it felt like it might give us away. He counted under his breath, just a short, steady rhythm, and on the last beat, we broke from the tree line. The cold air hit harder without the forest blocking the wind, and every step felt agonizingly loud, crunching through the crusted snow. I didn't dare look back, but I could sense movement at the edge of the woods, like a shadow shifting against darker shadows. We were halfway across the field when a sharp crack echoed from the tree line behind us, louder than anything we'd heard all morning. Leonard reached back, lightly touched my elbow, and told me to keep going no matter what. The cabin grew clearer with each step. The faded boards, the small wreath Grandma had hung on the door, the old sled propped beside the porch. For a moment, the sight almost grounded me, but the sound of sprinting footsteps behind us shattered any thought of safety. Leonard didn't turn around. He just urged me forward, pushing through the final stretch of snow. When we reached the back steps, he swung the door open, practically pulling me inside before shutting it with a force that rattled the window panes. The lock clicked into place, followed by the heavy slide of the wooden bar he rarely used. Outside, the footsteps slowed, then stopped altogether, settling into a silence that felt unreal. Inside the cabin, everything looked exactly as it had that morning. The tree light still glowing, the scent of cinnamon lingering in the air, but the warmth that usually made the space feel alive now felt thin and uncertain. Leonard motioned for me to stay away from the windows while he grabbed the old radio to call a neighbor who helped with security on larger properties. As he spoke in low, clipped words, I moved closer to the wall, listening for any sign that the stranger was still nearby. Minutes passed with no sound, no footsteps, no tapping, nothing. When the neighbor finally arrived, he circled the property with Leonard while I watched anxiously from the living room. They returned after a long stretch, both carrying that stiff, serious look adults get when they can't make sense of something. The only tracks they found were our own. No sign of the stranger, no trace of the hide, not even the path we followed earlier. It was as if the forest had swallowed everything the moment we ran. For weeks after that day, Leonard kept a closer eye on the property, checking the far corners of the land before sunrise and again at dusk. Nothing unusual ever turned up. No new footprints, no tapping, no makeshift shelter hidden beneath the spruce trees. Eventually, life settled back into its normal rhythm. But every Christmas morning I still catch myself glancing toward the tree line, half expecting to see a figure standing between the branches, waiting. Leonard has his own way of coping. He keeps the wooden bar across the back door year-round now, even in the summer. We never talked much about what we saw or the person who watched us from the woods. But every so often, when the air gets cold enough and the forest quiets just a little too deeply, I remember the hidden tin, the notes about our cabin, and the calm, measured way the stranger followed us. And even though nothing ever happened after that day, I've never shaken the feeling that he left because he chose to, not because he was gone for good. Late December of 2022 had a strange rhythm to it, and I remember that year clearly, because our place felt heavier than usual even before anything scary happened. My name is Elliot, and at the time I was juggling odd jobs around the property while my wife, Marianne, handled most of the holiday planning. We lived far from town on a stretch of land bordered by woods on one side and an old cemetery on the other, a cemetery so small and forgotten that even locals barely mentioned it. Our closest neighbor lived a 15-minute drive away, so the quiet was something we'd grown used to. That Christmas Eve started like any other, cold air drifting through the cracks of the old farmhouse, the smell of pine from the tree Marianne insisted on cutting herself, and the sound of our two kids arguing upstairs over something trivial. Nothing in that morning hinted that by nightfall I'd question whether we were really safe out there. The day moved slowly, the way winter days do when the sun barely clears the treetops. I kept glancing out the kitchen window toward the cemetery, noticing how the gravestones looked sharper than usual under the thin layer of frost. There was a shed back there, one the groundskeeper used decades ago, but no one maintained that place anymore. Every time I caught sight of it, I felt a kind of pressure in the back of my mind, like my brain wanted me to pay attention to it without explaining why. Marianne teased me for staring outside so much, but I couldn't shake the sense that the tree line felt too still, like the air was holding its breath. Even the usual crows that perched on the fence posts stayed away. By late afternoon, that odd stillness stretched across the yard until it felt like the world was waiting for something. Night settled abruptly, the kind that swallows everything at once, and we turned on the old string lights around the living room. The kids were already wired with excitement for Christmas morning, but I kept drifting toward the front window, checking the porch more times than I want to admit. That house had its quirks, boards that shifted in the cold, the occasional creak of the staircase, but none of the noises we heard that night belonged to the house. The first sound hit around 9, slow, deliberate steps crossing the porch, not quick like an animal, not light like someone passing by. Each step pushed down hard, pausing just long enough to feel intentional. Our dog, Jasper, lifted his head from the rug and stared at the door without making a sound, which put me even more on edge. He wasn't the kind of dog to stay quiet when strangers approached. Marianne looked at me, expecting me to go check, but before I could reach the entryway, something tapped the living room window. 3 sharp knocks, spaced evenly, like someone signaling instead of begging for attention. The kids went silent upstairs. Even the warm glow from the Christmas lights felt wrong after that sound, too soft compared to the sudden pressure pulsing around the house. I reached for the back door instead of the front, thinking maybe someone needed help or got lost. But when I stepped onto the porch, the yard stretched out empty. Not a footprint, not a shadow, nothing moving between the gravestones. I stood there longer than I should have, listening to the quiet that followed, because deep down I knew that knock hadn't been a mistake or a stray branch. Someone had approached our home on Christmas Eve, and they wanted us to know it. The hours after that first knock dragged by in a way that made the house feel smaller, like the walls were quietly bending inward. We put the kids to bed early, pretending everything was fine. though they kept asking why Jasper wouldn't leave the hallway. He sat facing the front door with an intensity I'd never seen in him. Marianne tried to keep herself busy, folding blankets, checking the stove twice, rearranging ornaments on the tree. But every few minutes she'd glance toward the windows as if expecting another tap. Around midnight, just when we started thinking maybe the intruder had moved on, a heavy thud hit the roof hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling beams. Another came right after, longer, like something, or someone, dragged a boot across the shingles. We didn't move or speak. Even Jasper pressed himself lower to the floor. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped onto the back porch again, this time determined to catch whoever was playing these mind games. The cold felt sharp enough to bite through my jacket, but what unsettled me more was the absolute stillness of the yard. Not a breeze, not a sound of nighttime animals, not even the distant hum of a passing car. I aimed the light across the roofline but saw nothing. The cemetery, however, caught my eye. A faint glint flickered near the old shed, like metal catching the moonlight. It vanished as fast as it appeared, but it was enough to make my pulse throb in my ears. I considered waking the kids and taking everyone to the truck, but the idea of stepping away from the house while someone lurked nearby felt reckless. So I locked up every door and window and waited. Morning arrived as if nothing had happened, sunlight touching the frost-covered fields like the world had reset. The kids ran downstairs ready for presents, completely unaware of the fear that had soaked into the night before. Marianne and I exchanged glances, both silently debating whether we should pack up and leave for a couple of days. But we didn't want to ruin Christmas. We convinced ourselves it had been an animal or the wind, even though the explanations felt flimsy. I walked out to check the property again in daylight. No footprints around the house, no debris on the roof, no sign of anyone passing through. But when I looked toward the cemetery shed, something inside me tightened. Not fear exactly, but something close to dread. The shed door, which was always swollen shut from years of weather, now hung slightly open. Curiosity pushed me across the field, despite every instinct telling me to stay away. The shed sat crooked, leaning to one side like it was trying to slip back into the earth. The padlock was snapped clean, and that alone made me stop. I pulled the door wider and saw what had been hidden from us for who knows how long. A pile of blankets arranged in a nest-like shape, empty food cans, a coffee mug with chipped blue paint, a small notebook, the cover warped from moisture. It was clear someone had been living there, sleeping there, watching the cemetery, and from the angle of the dusty window watching our house. The thought of someone spending nights barely a few hundred feet from where my kids slept made me feel lightheaded. But what truly rattled me was the small trail of boot prints leading from the shed, straight toward our porch steps. Prints that were fresh. I backed away from the shed, trying to make sense of how long this person had been hiding out there. The boot prints cut a direct line through the frosted grass, stopping right at the edge of our porch as if the intruder had stood there, studying the house before approaching it. When I returned inside, Marianne saw my expression and immediately gathered the kids in the living room. I told her what I'd found, and for the first time since we'd moved out there, she suggested calling someone, anyone, for help. But the nearest deputy wouldn't reach us quickly, and the idea of waiting around while the person could still be on the property made all of us uneasy. We decided to stay together in the living room until nightfall, locking every door, keeping the curtains drawn, and trying to pretend we weren't listening for something to return. As darkness settled, the house adopted that strange silence we'd heard the night before, an unnatural kind of quiet that felt as if the whole property were bracing for impact. We sat with the TV on low volume, trying to distract the kids with old Christmas movies. Jasper paced the length of the room, stopping every so often to sniff the bottom of the front door. Then, right around the same time as the previous night, sharp steps landed on the porch, slow, spaced, purposeful, not rushing, not hesitant, just steady. The knocking came next, but not on a window this time. 3 solid taps directly on the front door, as if whoever stood outside expected us to open it willingly. The kids huddled against Marianne, and I motioned for everyone to stay quiet. Whoever was out there waited, listening. I crept toward the mudroom where the old hunting rifle was stored. I hadn't fired it in years, but the weight of it in my hands offered a small sense of control. I moved carefully to the side window and angled myself enough to get a glimpse of the porch. That's when I finally saw him. A man stood facing the door, thin, wearing a heavy jacket that looked 2 sizes too big, and holding a lantern with a cracked glass pane. His face was partly hidden by a scarf pulled high on his cheeks, but his eyes were fixed on the house with an intensity that churned my thoughts. I didn't confront him. Instead, I shouted that I was armed and calling the authorities. The moment the words left my mouth, he broke into a frantic run, cutting across the yard toward the cemetery as if he knew the terrain better than we did. I chased him only far enough to ensure he was really leaving. By the time I reached the field, he'd vanished behind the shed. We packed up that same night and drove to Mary Ann's sister's house, refusing to spend another minute out there until someone checked the cemetery grounds. Deputies later found signs of long-term shelter: food wrappers, a sleeping bag, and footprints matching the ones on our porch, but no trace of the man himself. They suggested he was drifting through the area, using the abandoned shed whenever winter hit. We moved out the following spring. Even now, during quiet nights, I still replay those knocks in my head. I don't know why he targeted our home, why he returned each Christmas Eve, or what he might have done if we hadn't spoken up. All I know is that the silence around that cemetery was never truly empty. Most years, the holiday season used to be the only time our office felt remotely warm. I'd been working there for about 3 years, handling invoicing and vendor emails, nothing remarkable, just predictable enough to give a strange comfort. During December, though, the whole place shifted. Fake garlands taped to cubicles, cheap cookies on every surface, and people pretending they liked each other more than they actually did. I remember arriving at the Christmas party that night with the usual mix of reluctance and politeness, trying to blend in without attracting attention. I talked to a few coworkers, grabbed a plastic cup of punch, and kept my distance from the louder groups. Everything felt routine, until I realized someone had been watching me from across the room, too still compared to the chaos around him, as if he were memorizing every small thing I did. This coworker, his name was Rowan, had always been a little intense, though nothing you'd report. The kind of person who spoke quietly but stared too long, who remembered details you barely recalled telling him. He wasn't assigned to my team, so interactions were usually brief. A nod in the break room, an occasional comment about work. I used to chalk up his oddness to social awkwardness, something harmless. But that night, the way he hovered near the snack table with that fixed attention made the back of my neck tighten. When I moved, he shifted. When someone blocked his view, he tilted his head until he had a clear line again. It wasn't dramatic enough for anyone else to notice, but I felt a steady pressure building, like being monitored too closely in a room full of people pretending everything was festive. At some point, I stepped away from the main area to get fresh air near the hallway where the office stored decorations and spare chairs. It was quieter there, dimmer, the kind of place no one lingered long because the overhead light buzzed faintly. I figured I'd take a minute, check a few messages, and return once my energy reset. I hadn't been there more than 10 seconds when footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. Before I could turn fully, Rowan stood at the entrance of the hall, blocking the only exit. He smiled in a way that made the whole moment feel staged, rehearsed even. Then he started talking rapidly, saying he just needed a private moment, and that he'd been trying to talk to me for weeks. His voice had a strange rhythm, like he'd practiced every sentence until it lost any normal tone. I told him we could talk out in the open with everyone else, but he stepped closer, narrowing the space. The hallway felt tighter than it should have been, the walls reflecting each sound in a hollow echo. I remember the smell of cinnamon candles drifting from the party mixing with something sharp on his breath, and how wrong those scents felt together. When he reached for my arm, I backed up until my shoulder hit a metal shelf. He kept talking about connection, and how the party was a perfect chance. I didn't shout, but something in my voice must have carried, because 2 people from HR came around the corner at the exact moment he tried to corner me again. They pulled him back, whispering tense instructions, and let him out while he stared at me like the interruption was the real violation, not what he'd been doing. They told me later that night that he'd been warned about boundary issues with another employee earlier that year, but nothing had ever escalated enough to involve the police. HR made it sound like a misunderstanding, something they could manage internally. I remember sitting at one of the empty tables while people awkwardly avoided looking in my direction, the music still playing like nothing had happened. One of the HR reps, her name was Lillian, kept insisting that Rowan would be escorted out and sent home. She promised me he wouldn't return to work until they sorted everything out. That phrasing stuck with me because sorted everything out felt vague, too gentle for the situation. Later I learned he'd resigned the very next morning, which was supposed to be reassuring. It didn't help much. The first few days after the party were quiet, almost dull in comparison. Work moved on, people pretended not to remember the scene, and I tried to convince myself that Rowan leaving the company meant the entire situation had ended. I even decorated my apartment a bit just to feel normal again. Small string lights on the mantle, a scented candle I barely burned, but I kept replaying the moment he blocked the hallway, the strange mix of determination and entitlement in his expression. At night I'd catch myself double-checking the lock before bed, not because I expected anything to happen, but because my mind refused to let the memory settle. That tension stayed with me, a quiet current running under every routine task. 3 days after his resignation, I left for work early and noticed something tucked under the mat outside my apartment door. At first I thought it was a flyer, or maybe a delivery note. It was a piece of lined notebook paper folded twice, the corners pressed sharply as if someone had taken their time with it. Inside, the handwriting leaned heavily to the left, small and compressed, the ink darker at certain points like the pen had been held too tightly. He wrote about the hallway, that moment, as if it had been a mutual understanding cut short by meddling people. He described watching me leave the office that night, following at a distance because he needed to be sure. I got home safely. I read the note 3 times, each pass making the words sink deeper until the fear turned from abstract to something solid. I called the police, of course. They came, took photos, and asked the usual questions. One of the officers suggested I might want to stay with a friend for a few nights just in case. Another mentioned that without a direct threat, there wasn't much they could legally do beyond filing a report. Their presence helped, but only while they were standing there. Once they left, the apartment felt too quiet, too exposed despite the locked windows. I kept thinking about how he'd known which door was mine, how long he'd been outside before slipping the note under the mat. That night, I slept on the couch with the TV on low volume, not because I expected to wake up to something terrible, but because silence made every small sound feel like it had a purpose behind it. 2 days later, another note appeared, this time on the inside of my building's front entrance, wedged between the metal frame and the glass. I hadn't seen anyone outside when I left for work, but the paper was dry despite the light rain that morning, which meant he'd likely placed it early, maybe before sunrise. This one was longer, written in the same tight handwriting, but the tone shifted. He wrote about leaving the company as if it had been a sacrifice he made for our future interactions, a phrase that made my chest tighten in a way I can still recall perfectly. He mentioned details about my commute that I'd never shared with him, like the small shortcut I took behind a row of townhouses to avoid traffic. He wrote that he'd walked the same path, wanting to understand the rhythm of my mornings. Reading that line made the hallway outside my apartment feel unnaturally still, like the building itself was waiting for my next move. I gave that note to the police as well. They took it more seriously than the first one, especially when I explained that Rowan had never known where I lived. One of the officers recommended adding a security camera, and I did it that same afternoon. The installation guy chatted while he worked, joking about holiday deliveries and porch pirates, totally unaware of how badly I needed the distraction. When the camera finally clicked on, showing the feed on my phone, I felt a fragile sense of control return, thin, but better than nothing. That night I watched the live feed more than I watched the actual TV. Every passing car made my nerves tense, but the camera stayed fixed on the same empty patch of concrete outside my door, offering a kind of uneasy reassurance. The final note showed up 4 days later, and it wasn't left outside. I found it inside my mailbox, mixed in with store coupons and a utility bill. The envelope wasn't sealed, just folded at the flap. He wrote that he understood things had been misinterpreted, and that he wasn't planning to interrupt my routine anymore. The phrasing was calm, almost polite, which somehow felt more disturbing than the earlier messages. At the end, he wrote one last line. Short, uneven, as if written quickly. "This was never supposed to scare you." That sentence stayed with me more than anything else, because it revealed a kind of certainty on his part, a belief that he'd been justified the whole time. But the part that really unsettled me was the timestamp he'd scribbled at the bottom, 4:12 a.m. That meant he'd been near my building in the middle of the night, close enough to place the note quietly without waking anyone. After that, everything stopped. No more notes, no more sightings, no unexpected sounds in the hallway that made me hesitate before checking the peephole. The police increased patrols near my street for a week, and the camera never picked up anyone matching his description. Weeks passed without incident, then months. Life slowly rearranged itself into something that resembled normal. But I still think about those notes, especially the last one. People assume the worst part is the fear you feel in the moment, but it's not. It's realizing how easily someone can step into your life, how quietly they can observe, and how their disappearance leaves a different kind of silence behind, one that never quite feels honest. Even now, every December, I catch myself checking the hallway before unlocking my door, half expecting another folded piece of paper waiting for me.